Hey there and welcome to the Max Not Binary. I'm Max. We're back in Oxygen Not Included, where we don't have any metal, and we don't have any metal ore, and things are a bit complicated. Hello there, Nematrek, Wrecked, Arisia, Deep Fried Peanut Butter. I see that we're all burning our points excitedly. Hi Punk, good to see you. Hope you are all having a good day. Alright. It's been one of those weeks where I've sort of been a bit rubbish for no reason. You know, when you're just a bit headachy and you don't sleep well and everything's a bit meh. Just had one of those weeks. But that's the game you're playing as well. Wow, Ohms. I hope you have more metal than I do. Is all I can really say about that. I wanted to start off by showing something that we were talking about. We might actually have to get the game going. So we were talking yesterday about the concept of a liquid tank to even out the temperature. Blah, weak. Yeah, sometimes it just is, isn't it, punked? That's just the way it is. So yeah, we have this liquid reservoir, and the whole point of it is to equalize the temperature, to prevent temperature spikes, essentially. And you can see how that works. This is the water coming in. It's coming in at 5.1 degrees C because it's been through this aqua tuner. It's coming out of the liquid tank at 17.5. This will slowly come together, but currently all the liquid tank is doing is making the aqua tuner have to work harder. But in due course, it will actually prevent this from spiking in either direction and hold the temperature more stable. But, yeah, we're not quite there yet. But I thought I'd show you as we literally had an example. So that was where I left off fiddling about with this last night, because I was like, oh no, this is an actual useful thing to show chat. So we'll do that. Other than that, not very much happened. Oh, we got this aqua tuner running. That was the thing that happened. So we're sort of ready to start growing sleet wheat. The bristle blossoms are expanding. Irrigation. We've run out of water. Yeah, typical. We can fix that in a minute. Should be around in 402 seconds. How are you calculating that, Ohms? Because I'm assuming you have a reason for thinking it's going to be exactly that long. I mean, I don't have a plumber. I'd rather they had athletics, though, I think. I definitely don't need any pufflets. There was some... Oh, water. That was what we needed to fix. Right. We're going to have to keep an eye on Amy here. Because we're running out of oxygen pretty quickly over here. And at some point we're going to have to fix that problem. Or Amy's going to suffocate, which is not going to be ideal. So, that is a thing for us to be keeping an eye on. There we go. Hang on. I've done that incorrectly. I see how I've done that incorrectly. If we build that, we can lock this in, and then we can fill it with hydrogen, or pump it out, or whatever. It might be slightly complicated to try and get a gas pipe in there somewhere, because there are a number of gas pipes. We could reroute them, though. The other thing we might do... No, never mind about that. But yes, we could just reroute some of the gas pipes. That would certainly work. How are you doing? What have I got your priorities set for, Amy? I had to put your digging up briefly, because I needed you to actually dig out the last of the algae, so that you didn't suffocate. Because I'd sort of like you to be over here doing stuff. And that's not going to work out if you suffocate. The reservoir has 4,020 kilograms of water at about 17C. The aquatuna takes 10 kilograms per second and takes it from 17 to 4 in one go. So 420 divided by 10 kilograms per second is 402 seconds. Plus whatever you call, but whatever, that's hard to estimate. Seems fair. I assumed there was maths, and that maths that I wouldn't necessarily understand how to do. So, always useful to get the people who understand it to explain it. The other problem is we can't actually get Amy in here to this algae, because Amy only has hard digging, not like obsidian digging. So we can't access that algae. We'll get there in the end. You've got quite a lot of food, Amy. I think we might be changing your priorities around a little bit. Where maybe you can do the cooking, but don't worry so much about the farming. That might get you to do the building. Right. Cycle 416 and no obsidian digging. I mean, we have obsidian digging over here. It's just that Amy doesn't have obsidian digging. Just go around. I know we could go around. It's still a pain. Yeah, she can dig through the granite. I kind of wanted to go through here so we don't pour this water in it, but if needs must, we will. Oh look, this is algae. There you go. Build a block there as well. Anyway, currently not suffocating, so we'll go with that. How are we getting on with this? Is someone going to bring the salt water to this? Ooh. Sweep that pinch row immediately. Before the poke shell starts attacking us all. Excellent. Well done. Errands. Why don't we have pending deliveries? I mean, we have available salt water. This is reachable. It has not yet reached its full point. If you want the painful way, you can melt your way through it. Poke shell. I am near an egg, so I am very angry in case anyone comes to take the egg. Also, poke shell. Someone took the egg. What a relief. Indeed. Dupes, what is the problem here with my hauling point? If I remove it, will it spill? Yes, well, that'll do. Never mind then. Whatever the problem was doesn't matter. I'm sure someone told me that they didn't deliver if the plants weren't growing. Because they definitely do fertilise the plants when they're not growing. I would like to point out. That is clearly a thing that's happening. Paternal stress summed up. Well. Well, at least now this will be the last poke shell that lives in here, which is something we would like. Hopefully this salt water should help transfer the heat from, well, the heat from the air into these pipes and help chill stuff out. You have to disable the tile for them not to deliver. See, I always believed that, but someone told me that, yeah, chat lied to me at some point, or someone in chat lied to me. We might disable them, in fact, on the grounds that it's going to be a little while before it's cold enough in here to do the thing. No? Oh, we didn't copy the disable? You see, this is why we have this. There we go. Do the plants consume stuff while not growing? I suspect that some do. I mean, they must do, otherwise they wouldn't fertilize them. Like, because they don't just fertilize them once, they fertilize them repeatedly. Are the poke shells meant to be in there? No, the poke shells are not meant to be in there, Shinsinto. They just were in here, and we've been slowly shifting their eggs as they've had them. So we've had the last egg now. So when this poke shell is gone, there will be no more poke shells living in the farm. Why aren't you on? What temperature is this? Minus 1.2? What have I got this set at? 0. No, alright. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. I opened this up because we needed to get in here for something. But, it's letting the cold out, so... How's temperature doing? I think it's coming down in here. It'll probably take a little while, but... Domestic plants consuming materials while stifled is a very odd game choice. I mean, I sort of agree, but there we are. That's what we've got. We should probably build one of these that is like here. We could just build it out of aluminium because we're using the aluminium there. Or we could build it out of copper because we have a bit more of that. And who knows when we might want aluminium. Let's deconstruct this one. Cheers. Hurricane update. There is an enormous sinkhole opened up the entrance to my development that seems to open into a hellscape of magma and death. Either that or I'm having weird dreams and didn't sleep well. I mean, I can imagine a hurricane isn't fantastic for the sleeping. Average tube leaving their base. When I'm at the office and stifled, I still consume coffee. I mean, potentially, yes. Oh, thank you. Right, let's continue this. We don't have enough. What's it? This stuff, metal, see? This is the stuff that we just don't have enough of. Metal. This has been a continual problem. Right. I'm gonna have to put some plugs in here. The problem is, like, I want to put transformers in here and start running, like, the base off transformers, because then we could get rid of, like, this random power thing and, like, generally make this all a bit more sensible. But I can't do that because we don't have any metal. In other news, Rascal seems over it. I'm glad. I am glad that Rascal is feeling better about it. Yes, we will do those forever. We will do these forever. We will do that forever. And that forever. Is there any use for salt that isn't table salt? What else can you use salt for? I sort of suspect the answer is nothing. But, let's check. Oh, no, don't disable that. Enable that, right. Instead, actually look for salt. Do I have to click off this for you to... No? Salt solid. I mean, we could turn it into salt gas. That might be exciting. Oh, you can put it in the rusty oxidizer. I mean, it would allow me to make chlorine over here. Which... Oh, and iron ore. We might actually want to put it in the rusty oxidizer for the metal ore, indeed, Ohms. Can be fed into one of the plants. Yeah, I thought it fed the Dasher salt vine, but it doesn't appear to feed the Dasher salt vine. I'm moderately surprised to discover. You feed the vine sand. I see. When I grew them on the last big on the frozen world we did. Hang on, I may have missed the puppy revenge. Now I'll have to plot my revenge on him. To make some scratches under his chin, tickles on his hindquarters, a loose head lock, and a boop on the nose. It is indeed diabolical, Chthonic One. I don't know why your puppy has not been taken away from you immediately. We could do with iron ore. We don't have any iron ore. I mean, the oxygen is neither here nor there. We have plenty of oxygen. Chlorine? I mean, we don't really need the chlorine. We could use the chlorine for growing reed fibre Dracos, but I don't think we need the reed fibre. We have 247 reed fibre, so we don't really need the reed fibre. So we don't really need the chlorine for anything. But we could potentially use the rust. I wonder how much rust we have. I don't think we have very much, because I think it's only... Oh no, you get some in the salt biomes, don't you? Ah. Yeah, apparently we don't really have enough. Yes, reed fibre as in they produce reed fibre. That's what I meant. We don't really have a lot of rust, is the answer to that. There are some odd patches in here. We will have a bit more. But obviously I'm not super excited to dig into this, because I'm still trying to not let the cold in and not let the heat in and upset my bees. So I'm not very excited about that. I suppose if we dig this bit out, which we might actually do today, that might be a thing we do. Might dig all of this out, put this in a box. Oh yeah, I forgot I did that. I opened this box up so that we could get the stuff on the top because it was upsetting me. We'll have a little bit, but apparently we're not going to have that much. Did anyone say you need salt for a rusty oxidizer? They did, Krillin. Also, hey, welcome in. That was sort of where we started with the rusty oxidizer. Was thinking of things we could do with salt. What's funny is Sam, my last cat, would put himself in a headlock when I held my arm out like I was holding someone in a headlock. Use chlorine to grow more salt. Yeah, we grew some Dasher salt vines on the last time I had a big cold atmosphere. They are massively intensive. We were sort of surprised at quite how much chlorine they ate. This only says supply of chlorine. It doesn't tell you how much they eat, but they eat loads. Is the answer. Can't you ship metal from the other asteroid? I have been, Ohms. That's why we've got some copper here. But it also doesn't have very much iron ore. What we're going to have to do is go to here and tame the refined metals. But we need some astronaut food to do that. So we need this to get going so that we can make more berry sludge. We did make some berry sludge. We have a whole 8,000 calories, but that isn't gonna last very long. But yes, we've been... Excuse you? Where has this come from? Oh, it's overflowing. Right, that's where it's come from. Oh, fine. I don't really care about that. Not a big deal. I mean, I suppose I care a tiny bit, but not very much. I'm sort of surprised it's overflowing. Because previously the polluted water hasn't been keeping up, which is why we've been putting salt water here in the first place. We'll keep an eye on it when it goes dormant again. When are you going dormant again? It's going dormant in 3 cycles. We'll see whether it manages to keep up with that. Interesting. Micro musher in the rocket, make mush bar. Perfect for all their needs. So the problem we have is that last time we went to space, when we went over here to get the Dracos, all our astronauts went insane. And yeah, that was a moderate problem. So I don't really want to send them back out whilst they're still insane. I'd like to get them some proper food, since I don't think I can do much else to make them happy in their rocket. I was thinking we should send Steve out again. I can't be bothered to demolish this. If there's, for instance... Alright, let's have a look. $600 kilos of oxygen, approximately. How long is 600 kilos of oxygen gonna... It did. That is definitely true, Shinsen Tohei says. Welcome in. All of this is true. It was not great. 600 kilos of oxygen. How long does it keep a dupe? 100 grams a second. So, 600... 6 kilos a cycle. Say 60 cycles. We have scrubbed... well, we scrubbed the one to go in here. We did scrub Steve for his adventures. We're going to send Steve out again, I think. I think it's time to send Steve into space again. Come here, rocket. 1, 2... we want to go like this way, kind of. I want to see a couple of things. Where can I see multiple things? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Have to be like there. I don't think I can get there, because I can't see both of them from there. If we go here, that's 4. 5. 1, 2, 3. No, I can't see that one. What about the other way? Is there a way I can come over here and see both of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could go in orbit of that. I think that does it, actually. No, that's 4. Damn it. We might go in orbit of that anyway, though. Let's have a little look. 60 kilos per cycle, so enough for 10 cycles. That's not loads, is it? How long did it take him? Would it tell me how long it would take this to get there? It goes 0.8 tiles per cycle. So if we do a full trip, that's more than 10 cycles. Oh. Well, nuts. That means I have to repressurize this. Or the other thing we can do. So, I was thinking about the rocket. We've got loads of oxygen. Nuts. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at the modules. If I put a gas cargo canister on it, can I feed that canister into the rocket? Does it work that way? If I fill a gas cargo canister with oxygen, can I use that to provide oxygen for the ship? I believe so. That's what import and export is for, right? I thought so. Sure, you can empty it inside. Lovely. Right, we're going to do that then. Let's build one of these. We'll build a small one, because I can't build a big one. Why can't I build a big one? How much do you hold? Do we know? Unclear. We can probably have a look once it's built. Yeah, just like the power fitting. Thank you, Metric. Branch puffs. Fill the rocket with oxalite. My whole thing in this one, Ohms, was to try not to use the critters for everything. I mean, that hasn't necessarily worked out, but that was the idea. 3,600 kilos. Oh, that's not too bad. Right. But I need the input and output things to fill it. I mean, that's fine. We can just build one. Rocketry. No? Oh, I think you might be in shipping, might you? I don't know the gas port unloaders. Apparently we've never learnt about gas port loaders. Maybe they're in gases. Are they in gases? I bet. No? Yes. I'm against it. Why would they be here? There's no good reason why they should be here, I have to say. It's this one, isn't it? Oh, you have to be on some flooring? Really? Oh, well, in that case, let's build you on the other side. We'll get rid of some of these ladders. How wide were you? I don't know. But the critters are so good at everything. I mean, yes, I agree, me. Love the critters. But the problem with that is that they lag your game to hell. That is the problem with it. We'll build some obsidian tiles. There we go. Do you need one there? I don't think you do. I don't think that actually is there. I think it's only in these two. Yeah. It doesn't actually exist there, despite looking like it exists there. Have fun making steel without critters? I mean, we've made some steel. What do you think we need the critters? Oh, for the lime. Yeah, that's true. Well, now we've got the Drecos, so... Oh, that's true. We could pump gas into the cockpit and then pump it up. But no, that's not the way we're going to do it. I would like to filter you for oxygen. Thanks. And then we'll just have to sort some stuff out in there with the things. There we go. Are you fully powered? Yes. You are full of steam. That's fine then. What? You need power as well? Oh, unacceptable. I don't... It's not the fact that you need power that's the problem. It's the fact that that means I have to run a line to you that's the problem. Frankly. Oh, I can run this line. I mean, not that this really helps. I don't have any of this either. I mean, we will run that, but... Jeez. There we go. So much lime on the water planet. I don't think we found the water planet yet. The game does lose its charm when you are fearful of the autosaves. I mean, that was sort of what happened. I don't know if you were watching the last ONI run we did, me, but when I attempted to collect all the critters, I mean, I pretty much did it, apart from the space cow. But the problem with collecting all the critters was that my game completely lagged itself to non-viability by this time, by cycle 400. Gassimu indeed says yes. So by this point we were completely lagged to glitches and all sorts of randomness. Let's have a look back over at Amy. Amy, how are you getting on? Have you built any of this? I mean, not a great deal of it. Amy, we might need you to do some prioritizing, no, not digging, of building here. I'm afraid. What were you doing over there? Oh, I prioritized digging, so you went to dig up the iron ore that's left over here. I mean, that's fair. Where did you go? You went to cook. I see. You have a lot of pickled meal. I don't think you need to be cooking right now, Amy. I think it's fine. Yes, that's it. Go and build some of this stuff. Because we could do with these being more effective. And if we fill them with hydrogen, they'll become more effective. A gas emu. That's a frightening prospect, just ask an Australian. Gas emu plush when? I mean, would you want one? Okay. Oh, nuts. There we go. How are we going to pump anything out of here? We're going to have to move this, aren't we? I think what we should do is we should... Oh, no, not that way. We should move this here and then delete this line. How many here have ever actually ranched gassy moose? I have, but I doubt it's common. I don't think I've ranched them. I've definitely fetched them. But only in vanilla. I've never fetched them in... spaced out. But I have definitely fetched them in vanilla. That is the thing that happened. Oh, this is going to take a while. That's fine. We're not in a huge rush. How is the cooling going? It's getting cooler in here. It's not quite sleet wheat growing temperature yet, but we're getting there. But yeah, I don't think it's very common. I mean, the other problem is that when you get there and you can actually do it, they're also, like, not very good. Which is sort of disappointing. You know, you go through all the trouble to get gassy moose and then they're just, like, a bit rubbish. Wish me luck not getting some ridiculous event for my first dangerous event. What are you playing, Catholic one? Oh, after the storm. Well, indeed. Good luck with that. Oh, you've finished, Pips. Oh, well done. Excellent. We're going to copy those settings down to here, in fact, and turn this one off. Oh, no, we're not going to do it like that. That's a ridiculous way to do it. We're going to do it like that. You have grown suitable whatsits, so we can definitely delete those. Where are you building that branch? Oh, you can build it in both. I wonder which of them will win. Because one of them is growing a branch here. But I don't know which one is growing the branch here. This one. I mean... 1, 2, 3, 4... Alright, that should be fine. It's the one in the middle. Yes, I saw it. It took me a while to work it out, but we got there. Oxalite? I mean, sure. Somebody sweep this up and put it in the water. Yes. Yeah, I got it in the end, but it certainly wasn't fantastically straightforward to realise. this might be awkward because, oh no, you did manage to put out one. Well done. So you've got 1, 2, 3, so you should be fine, and we can demolish these and you can grow some more branches. 1, 2, yeah. I think we're good. I think the trees are sorting it out themselves now, frankly. So I think they can do it. It's the one you least expect, isn't it always? Oh, speaking of trees sorting stuff out, do we still have stuff there? We don't need stuff there. I think I'll keep those, because I still might make a pip ranch. The reason that is there is because this is ranch sized, and we could potentially make a pip ranch. That isn't entirely decided yet, but we might need the dirt. We are doing sleet wheat, so having one for dirt might not be terrible. No. Pip, how old are you? 53, 65, 55. How about you, Cuddle Pip? 62. Wonder if any of these have had eggs. I think they probably should be too young. Oh. Speaking of which, there's an egg. Alright then. No! No, Pip! God damn you, Pip. Stop that. Sorry. I mean, I know you're doing the thing that, like, you expect to be expected to do, but not on this occasion, please. Thank you. And the other one. Overly enthusiastic Pip. Right. Let's get rid of that. And we'll move that bin back to there. Oh, actually, just for a second. Here you go, Pips. Don't plant anything there. Copy those settings onto there. Delete this bin. And then, actually, I do want you to plant exactly there, so you can go nuts on that one. These don't matter. There we go, Pips. Have fun. Actually, this is fine as well. We don't need these. Cheers. Let's do a bit of sweeping. How many acorns have you got, Pips? A couple. Let's take them out for a second to let you plant. And then we'll put them back in a minute. Right, this is all fine. We can plant here. Not a problem. Good. Very well done, Pips. Cool. Thank you, Pips. We're going to want to set this up to be arbor acorns again. There we go. Cheers. Good. Right, that's that sorted. We'll leave the Pips to their endeavours now. You're going to take forever. Fine. You're still not cold enough. I think it's time for some digging, then? Digging? Probably digging, I would say. Yes, let's start here. That'll be fine. We're gonna have to think about. Gonna have to think about what I'm gonna do with this water. Like, I'd like to chuck it over here, but there isn't actually loads of room over there. But that is what I'd like to do with it. Oh, you're currently on, are you? Well, that's not ideal. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Well, we're going to come and see you and put you in a box. It's time. It's time for you to be in a box. Digging! I mean, it's one of the reasons I miss the big maps. There's a lot less just, like, digging. I mean, I should really have done this challenge on a bigger map, but, you know. Here was me, trying to make exciting content. Being like, oh no, we'll start on the radioactive asteroid. That'll be fun. Fun. Grindy. That's what it's been. Deeply grindy. Don't fall in the salt water, people. I mean, it won't be the end of the world. I just don't want to have to dig you out again. That is mostly the thing. That's fine. At least they can't dig this up, so they're unlikely to trap themselves. Fun, they said. Indeed. Hasn't been fun at all. Right. What are we going to do with that? Can you, duplicants, I'd like you to build me a ladder that goes all the way down there, and we're going to set up a pump right in the bottom of this, but we won't find that in power. There we go. What can we build it out of? Oh, that was another thing I want to make Amy do. It's not there. That's what I get for crossing my legs at the same time. I want to get Amy... Oh, I see. I can't put it there for some reason. There must be a plant. I can go there. I want to get Amy to do a thing. What is the thing I wanted to do? The thing I wanted to do is... Oh, send over some more metal. That's the thing I wanted to do. I knew there was something. Right, and we're going to power that. How are we going to power that? How much is on this line? I mean, it's probably alright. They say, with no real idea whether it's going to be alright. I'm just assuming it might be alright. I'm largely assuming that I don't care enough about whether it's alright to work it out. That's actually how I feel about it. Oh. I don't want that one. Don't bother to build it. Thank you. Oh. You're not going to be able to build that. I see you. Alright. And then we want to pipe this stuff out. And I am not going to bother about, like, posh piping. Or worrying about temperature. Or anything so prosaic. We're literally just going to send a pipe out. What is this pipe? Oh no, we can't mess with that pipe. That pipe actually does something important. Alright, some of you are going to have to go because you're in the way. Frankly. I think we probably need to do this because otherwise it's going to flood anyway, isn't it? So I actually want it to be sort of here so that it can't flood my stuff. So let's cancel those ones. Yeah, you can build a ladder here to help you with that. Oh, what is this ladder made of? And is it igneous rock? It is. Ah, unacceptable. Let's have that back while I'm thinking about it. Yes, no igneous rock ladders. Granite. Granite for all ladders. These bits apparently are granite. Oh well. We'll get a little bit back. Oh. Yeah, I probably want you to stop chucking the salt water in there, to be honest. You can certainly put polluted water in there as much as you like. I also don't really care whether it's got food poisoning in it, but yeah. I think we have amazingly remained relatively germ-free everywhere. I think I did see them for a little bit chuck a tiny bit of food poisoning in there, but I suspect it's too cold and that it has died. But yeah. Excitingly germ-free. I would say. Right. This. Well, and that's it, actually. Just one bridge. You can dig this out now. We don't need this anymore. We're going to put in a box. Right. Sweep. So I can put this in a box, please. Sounds like RimWorld to me. I mean, that is true. One dangerous event solving another does sound like RimWorld. I was looking at the subreddit, the RimWorld subreddit, and someone was saying, I don't know if this is true, like random Redditor says is obviously not a good source, but someone was saying that Stardeus is in fact being made by the Save Our Ship people? The people who did that mod? I don't know if that's really true. Or I misunderstood. I mean, getting free wood doesn't seem like it would be a dangerous event. It seems like it would be a good event. Are you stuck? No, you're not. Excellent. Well done, Abe. Alright. Well, they're getting on with that. Lovely. What's your temperature at? 8.6? It's still going to be a little while. Well, it's dangerous if I leave the event around and can't solve it somehow. I'm solving it by smoking out some fishermen from their cave. Seems mean. I realised that I moved the, oh yeah, that was the thing I realised. So we moved the metal refineries, didn't we? Do you notice a problem with the metal refineries currently? Because there is a problem with them. And it's a problem that we don't actually have a very good solution for. Because we don't really have anything to use as coolant in our metal refineries. Absolutely says. That is the problem. No coolant. No coolant, no steel, indeed. I mean, there are plenty of other reasons why we don't have any steel, but, we have got plenty of plastic. How are we going to melt it? I thought about naphtha as well. I must admit, that was the thing that came to my mind, because plastic is now not a scarce resource. What's a good way to melt it, chat? Melt it in... You do have polluted water. I'm pretty sure that it's not gonna have a high enough tolerance for metal refineries. Using a metal refinery, heat up the steam room with an aqua tuner. Then cut one of the corners and use a temperature shift plate. How about this one? Can I do it here, perhaps? Because this one's actually hot. Yep, excellent. Why don't we then? Well, I'm not going to be able to put a pump in there. I'm going to have to lift it one up to put the pump in, but we can do that. If we put some tiles in, to make a little thing like, for instance, this, we can put a pump in, and then if it melts, it should come in here. It needs 150C. Well, that's alright. We can turn this on again. But it starts from a lot higher. Just make sure you have sufficient metal to repair the pump or somehow cool the naphtha before pumping it. Well, we'll definitely have some gold amalgam. Thanks. Oh, sorry. Here. That is a good point. How are we going to cool the naphtha then? We don't need any of this, actually. You can just, or just build the pump after you get the naphtha. I mean, that's fine. I just wanted it to be organised in such a way that I could pump it out relatively straightforwardly. I mean, we could also pitcher pump it, right? If we just put a bunch of naphtha in here, we could pitcher pump it to somewhere else, which will probably cool it in the time, and then it would like need less pumping. Let's deconstruct this. Also, let's turn you on. I mean, whatever. Essentially all we're using this for is an on-off switch, so let's not worry too much about what that says. Apparently the material is lost each time it takes damage, not when they do the repair errand. I do not believe this to be the case, and we can prove it. So, this should be 100 kilos of uranium. It has taken a whole bunch of damage. Let's find out. Oh, did I say uranium? I meant aluminium. But I would like to point out that there is no material lost. You have been scienced! We did an actual experiment, indeed. There we go. You can build that back in now, Dupes. Yes. It isn't uranium. I apologise. It's actually aluminium. I mean, we have built a whole bunch of random stuff out of uranium, to be fair. We probably don't need to actually mark that as deliver, because once it's sorted, someone will drop their suit off in it and it'll just be fine. I'd really like you to sweep this though, duplicants. Sweeping this bit is nice. I don't want all this stuff in there when we fill it with, what's it? Oh, is this ladder igneous rock? Oh, unacceptable. No igneous rock ladders. Granite. I mean, you don't need that ladder at all anymore, so we can just cancel this. Because now you can walk across here. We can deconstruct that. The internet thread I was reading was wrong. Who would have guessed? I mean, it was worthwhile checking. I would say that I would have claimed that I knew that with like 99% certainty, because I've definitely reconstructed things and reconstructed them with only the stuff that was there before, but nonetheless, it's a nice easy one to check. and we can, you know, have a proper look at it and make sure that we know what we're doing. So why would we not? So, temperature shift plates, utilities, plastic ones. Where's the plastic? There it is. It's not hot enough in there yet. We're gonna have to wait a while, but that should function. No, that's fine. I didn't at any point disconnect this tepidizer. I mean, this one doesn't exist anymore, so we do actually have to keep a moderate eye on the temperature of this polluted water. I'm glad you checked. There's a lot of hearsay in complex games like this, and I like seeing definitive video demonstrations. I mean, it's nice that that one was really easy to check. I can link you to a nice machine to melt plastic in a safe way. Oh, that would be lovely. I'd be interested to see. For sure. I mean, as much because, like, this comes up not super infrequently that I want to melt plastic. So having a machine that I knew how to build that could do it seems like it might be a good thing. How are you doing? Yes, you haven't been fertilized. Huh, look! That proof also, there you go, video proof that they do in fact consume the stuff. Because this was previously fertilized. So even though the farm plot is disabled, it's eaten the dirt. Thank you, says. Because now it needs fertilization. But it is still, importantly, too hot. So it's definitely not getting any until it stops being too hot. Excellent. This is going now. So I think I want to start building the box that this is going to live in for the rest of time. Do you need that? Yes. Okay. Let's have a quick look at the Discord while they're doing that. There's not too much going on. Yes, it's fine. I can go to the clay forums. It's not a problem. Aqua tuna. I wonder if those are glass or... Oh, I see what they've done. They've just made a hot plate, essentially. They've just made a little hot plate on top of it. I like the way that they're melting naphtha using an aqua tuna that's encased in crude oil and petroleum. Which is, like, those are the things that I never have when I wish to create plastic. Let me see if I can get it up on screen for everyone for a second. Oh, hang on, I need to go over there. Where is a window? There it is. There you go. So, yes. So it's just a little hot plate, essentially, that they're using to melt the plastic. But yeah. They're using a whole bunch of materials that I don't actually have. But it's not a terrible idea. I'm not sure what the door crusher is for. Does it tell you? Entire room is a vacuum. Drop off the plastic in the storage bin. The aqua kicks on when the bath is below 170. Heats up the plastic until it melts. Flows into the collection pool. Beneath the entrance liquid lock is a mechanized airlock. Which... Oh, it's to take the heat out of the naphtha. I see. There is a small blob of crude below the airlock to assist in heat transfer. Well, I mean, that's lovely, but I don't have any. But yes, it is quite a nice, simple thing. I assume we could probably replicate it without too much difficulty, even without crude oil and petroleum. But, oh, we could also use it to melt phosphorite. It is quite a useful thing, though. I'm glad I know about it. Hang on. Yeah, it's sort of what we're doing. It is quite a nice little machine, though. I'd make plastic tiles instead of pumping it in a bin. I think I would as well. Yeah, it could be a steam. It could be a steam room. Deep fried peanut butter. There's no real need for it to be a what's it? What is wrong with my cursor on this screen? Because that's unhelpful. Thank you. So yeah, that wouldn't be too difficult. I'm not entirely sure how the thermocouple works, but we could probably work it out. Huh, interesting. What's it? I now understand the purpose of the what's it emote. It's so that you can spam it every time I say what's it, which is pretty much all the time. Right, hang on, I know what I need to do. Let's go back to the game. Where assumably the Dupes haven't done anything terrible. No, I'm pleased to have the Why can you see my chat? Can you guys see my chat on the side of the screen now? What the hell is this? We can see the other side of your window. I mean, why? That's my question. My question is why? Because, like, you shouldn't, because this is game capture. Oh, give me a second. There's no good reason why you can see that now. I mean, you shouldn't be able to see any of it. Also, my cursor's going ballistic in that window. Something is up with my link to my second screen, I think. You're not gonna... There you go, there you go. That's better. Did you want to... No, it's not better. It's still there. It doesn't show it on the thing. What is this? What is this element? Can we just have it not exist? Hide. I don't even know what that element is. Alright, well now you can see it. Did you want to do another 5-minute rant about my stream setup? I mean, once again, it's just another 5-minute rant about how much I hate Streamlabs. That is a new problem though. I haven't had that one. The tree is coming back. That is a problem. Trees can be, what's it? You know, that seems to have solved the problem with the cursor as well, weirdly. Streamlabs. Endlessly pointless. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this salt water. I suspect I'm not going to do anything for quite some time. I think I'm going to build a pump in here and leave it. Certainly for the immediate term. Because we don't need this salt water for anything. You got concerned something would show up that would hurt my safety or integrity. I don't think anything should do, given what you could see. It was also very weird that you could see the chat on Streamlabs and also the tabs on my Chrome window, because those two things are not the same element. So it doesn't make loads of sense why they would be on it would have shown up together. I can't really hydrate, I haven't got any water. And I forgot to fill up all my fridge water. So I don't have any fridge water, it's very disappointing. So you'll have to make do with Coke, I'm afraid. Streamlabs decided it needed new and creative ways to break, apparently so. Maybe it was offended that I was mean about it the other day, and it's just like, right, I'll show you. You think that was bad? You wait. Alright, well, we'll leave this for a while. That's going to take a little while to sort itself out. But, this is coming along. Let's get these back. I want everything to go in my pile of stuff. No dupes hanging around. Who is idle? Is it Amy? No, it's Steve. Steve? I'm going to send you to space, Steve, but this takes forever. Let's have a check-in on Amy. Amy, how are you doing? You've built all of this? Very well done, right. We're going to make a liquid lock here. Let's use clean water, I guess. I don't know if you've actually got enough. We could also enable auto bottle though, then you've definitely got enough. Let's turn this off for a minute. Oh, it is on sweep only, so that shouldn't be too bad. There we go. Hello, Afra. Indeed, let us all panic. Also, Alizara, thank you for your concern and welcome in. I hope you are having a lovely day. Digging, supplying, tidying. I really want more dupes, and it just won't give me the dupes I want. And I don't want to take rubbish dupes. Well, I don't want to take dupes that aren't necessarily the dupes I need. I don't want to take dupes just because. I want to take the dupes that I actually want. If that makes sense. Alright, so we're going to do some more digging here. Well, we let that sort itself out. Fertilizer, it taught you a lesson. It did. I'm glad you're having a good day. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier. I'm just having one of those weeks where everything is a bit meh. So, like, I've had a bit of a headache. I've slept really badly. I'm just a bit moody. You know, it's just one of those weeks. But fortunately, it's nearly the weekend. Which I'm actually looking forward to. Normally I don't, care about the weekend, because it doesn't make a massive difference. And I am going to be on my own this weekend. Partner is away seeing some friends. But I'm actually just kind of looking forward to it. I'm weirdly looking forward to finding the time to take out my rubbish and my recycling and do some washing. These are not things I normally look forward to, but I'm sort of just in the position where I'm like, I really need these things done, and I haven't been able to do them. So it would be lovely to actually just have the time to get on with it. Weirdly. It's definitely not my normal state of affairs, right? Sweep that stuff. That is true. Deep fried peanut butter kind of answered your question there, DN Empire. I'm Max. This is the Max, not binary. Because I am not binary. I identify as not binary agender, which means that I think gender is a load of nonsense, and that therefore your question has largely no meaning, which is no knock on you. It's just my opinions on gender. Yes, that is what it names. Yeah, cool. I'm glad that helps you out. I'm always happy to answer questions about it, as long as they're vaguely respectful. But yes, essentially, like, gender doesn't make any sense to me. It's a thing that matters a lot to a lot of people, so, you know, it's not that I don't believe in it in the sense that I don't think it's meaningful for people. It's that I don't believe in it in the sense that I don't understand what the meaning is that people have, or why they feel it. I find that confusing. But, you know. And as such, I've sort of abandoned the concept as not being very useful to me personally. Right. How are we getting on with plastic? I mean, that's just going to take forever, isn't it? How much... Oh, there is quite a lot of thermal mass in here. I think that's because I accidentally turned the pump back on and pumped a bunch more water in here when I didn't really mean to. Says, yeah, that one's not a super statement, and I think I also have never said that. How is it different from grey gender? I mean, I have no idea. I don't know what grey gender is what I'd say, Nematrek. So it might not be. Yes, they, them are my pronouns. We even have a command for that one, because that one's a nice easy one to answer with a command. The more complex ones are less so. Yeah, I don't know what grey gender is, so I can't answer your question, I'm afraid, Nematrek. There are loads of ways that people define themselves that I don't understand. Now, some of those I don't understand because I've never experienced, like, nobody's ever told me what they mean. Some of them I don't understand because they refer to the experience of having gender. And, like, some of them just seem a bit weird to me, but, you know, whatever makes people happy. My idea with, like, identity is very much that if what you identify as works for you, helps you form connections, and helps you feel in place in both your own self and in society, then you go for it. Absolutely go for it. Don't worry about whether people understand it. Like, if it works, it works. A gender term that describes someone who experiences ambivalence about gender identity or expression. I would say that I don't experience any ambivalence about it. I am very clear that it's a nonsense, and that it's meaningless. So I would say that's probably the difference. That I'm quite absolutist about the fact that it's just rubbish. I know a few people who feel that way, damn cat. It's interesting. I know, says. It's alright. I'm very relaxed about people making mistakes. That is never an issue. I mean, that won't always be true with everyone, and I completely understand how, for people who perhaps are, you know, very obviously trans in the world or stuff like that, or very out trans in the world, even if you would never tell, an idea as a point of interest, telling is a nonsense. If you look at any of the ways that people say they can tell, and then look at a tube train full of people, you will notice that none of them are absolutes. It's all a nonsense. But if you're very out as trans, I can understand how, you know, the questions get tiring because you get asked them all the time, or you get tired of people making the same mistakes over and over. And I have sympathy for that reaction, but in the end, I'm very relaxed about people making mistakes. Like, mistakes are very easy. You just, like, say sorry, mean it, try to be better. we can all be very relaxed about it, if you see what I mean. Friends don't need explanations, and your enemies won't believe you anyway, even if you said the truth. That can sometimes be true, says, and I think that's probably quite a good read on it in lots of ways. I think it's because I've always been a tomboy, but I'm comfortable as female. I think those sort of questions are relevant. Like, we have a whole bunch of ways that we codify as a society certain activities and all sorts of other things as, like, gender locked in some way. So the whole concept of a tomboy, like, I mean, why do we have that? Why are we saying that this behaviour is male-coded? It doesn't make any sense. That isn't how behaviours work. It isn't what they are. You know, that's just... It's all a bit bonkers to me. But certainly, it can lead you to ask the questions. And I think that's the thing. One of the good things about much greater transferability and stuff like that is it's leading people to ask the questions. And I'm very relaxed with, you know, I expect there are an awful lot of people who will ask the questions and come to the conclusion that they're cisgendered, i.e. that actually no, they're fine, they completely identify with whatever it was that... Oh, right, there's loads of things wrong here. Sorry, I was having a moment of, are my floors in the wrong place? Some of these floors are in the wrong place. Hang on, these floors are in the wrong place, which means that this floor is in the wrong place, which means these are in the wrong place. Unacceptable. Sorry, more important issues than gender. Whether my floors are correctly spaced. I'm so upset about that I've forgotten what I was talking about. But yeah, so it's... Yeah, as I say, no, I remember what I was saying. I was saying that lots of people will question, I think, given the greater visibility of trans and other gender non-conforming people. And for probably the majority of them, they'll be like, no, cisgender, I'm completely fine with the way stuff is. I'm glad I thought about it, but actually, no, I'm fine. Cheers. And, like, there's nothing. That's good. It's much better to ask the question than to just blindly accept whatever you've been told. It doesn't matter what the answer to the question is, and, like, nobody should be upset about whatever your answer to that question might turn out to be. Everyone should be just like, oh no, that's cool, whatever your answer is. So yeah, that's sort of how I feel about it. I recognise and identify as my assigned at birth gender, but I don't go telling other people what their gender or pronouns are supposed to be. And I don't like the whole one colour personality action is for one gender and not for another. It's so weird. I like sports, fishing, hunting, considering more masculine things. Never into makeup, and getting pretty things. Should just be fluid. I mean, gender fluid is also a thing. I don't care what your answer is. I'm always upset no answer will satisfy me. And then, I mean, that happens. Of course those questions are relevant. Why else would a random middle-aged man try to catch up with me in the middle of a public square, shouting, wait, are you a man or a woman? Oh, Nora. I'm really sorry that happened to you. I mean, just what the hell? Where can I buy some gender fluid? I mean, what would it do? Yeah. Gender fluid is an interesting one. Just because it's interesting to me because it involves both understanding, like, the concept of gender and feeling that you are both of them at different times. Like, that is an awful lot of like, it's just an awful lot of feelings about gender to have for someone who doesn't have any feelings about their gender. So it's always quite remarkable to me. But at least I understand that one. Like, I conceptually understand it. I mean, when I say I don't understand them, I don't necessarily mean, you know, in the, you don't understand what you're doing, so it's bad. I mean, like, I conceptually don't always understand them. Like, some of the identities, which is no problem at all. Like, people's identities are not to make me understand them. I'm not important here. But that's what I mean when I say I don't understand, is sometimes I just conceptually don't get it. But I do get fluid, but equally, it's weird. Hey Nora, welcome in. Try the auto store. Is it next to the headlight fluid? I've been told to pick up some of that as well. Can we mop? I mean, we don't need to mop this. You've built this, which is the main thing. So now we can just... yeah, we've got power wires coming out of there, and we've got pipes. So now we can just seal this up, and... oh, obviously it's gone dormant. Oh, well, in which case, let's not bother sealing it up. Let's get some databanks from it. Someone come and analyze it. That would be handy. And by someone, I mean Neo Deus Machina, since they're the only person who can analyze it. Oh. Yeah, you can probably stop doing that now. Cheers. You appear to have been successful. Amy, thank you. Right. You have also... oh, no, you haven't, because you can't get in there now. Right, let's open this up so you can get in there to build those. Where are you, Amy? Oh, you've got hypothermia and yucky lungs, and you're all wet. And there's no air again. When you can come up here, there's quite a lot of air up here. Oh dear, don't bother with that. Actually, just don't bother. Nobody cares. It's not important. You can just not do it. I think it's kind of like how I said earlier about feeling more masculine as the caretaker towards my more feminine friends, and I feel safe, like I will be protected around my more masculine friends. I kind of feel like that kind of breaches gender fluidity. Oh, what the hell? Do we want Lyra? They've only got +1 athletics, to be fair. But we could do with a tiding dupe. Nyctophobic isn't the best, but it equally isn't the worst. And we could do with a plumber. We don't have a plumber. I think we're going to take Lyra. Like, they're not the best, but equally, we can cope. I know some other people who have very strong context for when they feel a specific way about their gender. I don't know if that helps in terms of like how you think about it, that damn cat, but certainly that sort of experience is not one that I have not come across. I made these bedrooms all pretty and symmetrical. I don't want to put a light in them. Now I feel bad. Where can I put this light? See, I can't put it there. I can't even put it there. Which side do you sleep on, Neo? I didn't think you slept on both sides. No, you sleep on this side. See, that's the wrong side for you to sleep on, isn't it? Yeah, there's no way to have that not affect you. That is a thing we could do. We could put a tile there so that we can move the ceiling like down one. It is going to affect my gas vent, though. I'm upset about this whole thing. Who knows? Be you, and allow others to be themselves. That's kind of it. It's like, if you don't feel comfortable using a drill, that's fine. But I don't want anyone to feel like I am gender, so I can't use a drill. I think also sometimes those things are used as, like, societal excuses. Both societal and, like, personal, having built on the societal, where, you know, there's such a meme about, you know, men being terrible at cooking and stuff like that, which is weird, because if you look at all the top chefs in the world, they're mostly men. So, like, men can't cook apart from when they get paid an awful lot to do it. I mean, and that does sound like men, but, you know. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But equally... Oh, no, don't do that yet. Sorry, stop that. My apologies. But equally, like, particularly for, say, younger men who are starting to do these things for the first time, you see a lot of, well, you know, I can't cook because I'm a man. It's like, no, you can't cook because you can't be bothered to learn. There's a different problem here. Weaponized incompetence. Indeed. That's a good phrase. I like it. 3 vole eggs or lime. I mean, can you contain the voles? I would say is the question. Also, do you really need them for food? That's the other question. Or could you actually do fine without them? Also, do you have plenty of lime? I mean, to be fair, if you take the vole eggs, if you could feed them later, then you could produce plenty of lime. But yeah. And it goes the other way as well. It's not just, like, men and cooking. Indeed, the drill analogy is pretty good, because I also, you know, you hear a fair bit of it from women and DIY. As if obviously they can't do DIY. It's like, what nonsense. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You can do DIY. It's just not even a thing. Ooh, we're nearly ready to send this rocket into space. How are you getting on? It's going up in there. I feel like men getting paid to cook isn't the argument you think it is. I feel like it's more of a simthorn of women... Hang on, I want to read the rest of that one. Of women getting the unpaid labour. I mean... Oh, a symptom. Right. Yes. I think that is also true. The thing about them being paid is largely a joke. But there's the existence of a suggestion that they are incapable. It does indeed feed into the idea that women have to do the unpaid labour because men are in some way incapable of doing it, which, you know, they're not. I don't mind some food and can do fine without them. Lime is nice to have, but I don't need it right now because barely got power and I'm trying to get the damn power achievement. Fair. Knitting is for women. Knitting was first used by sailors and fishermen, fisher and manly men, as a skill used to create nets. But when it was simplified so that a machine could knit, it became a woman's thing because even a woman could do it. And now men that knit get harassed for it. That's a skill. I wouldn't make fun of someone just because I don't have that skill. Vole eggs it is then. I mean, that is because on the whole you are all very reasonable people who, you know, don't have weird ideas that, you know, masculinity is so incredibly fragile that knitting can threaten it. Because, you know, should you define as a man, your gender identity is in no way as, what's the word? As fragile as a lot of things like make it seem. you've probably seen some of the stuff about, you know, the ways in which feminism and the understanding of toxic masculinity can benefit men. And this is one of those things. It's like, your identity cannot be threatened by, like, knitting or cooking or, you know, looking after your kids. That's just, this is not a thing. And it's weird that there's a societal pressure. Amelia, I see what you've done there. Yes, I see what you've done there, Amelia. You have, in fact, trapped yourself, haven't you? Right, I think if you dig these out, you should be able to... Oh no, don't dig that one out. Cancel that dig. Hello, Annabelle. Have you come to join Amelia? See, what do I say? It's always these two. I don't know if either of them are here today, but Annabelle and Amelia, once again, trapped. I'd like to point out that it's literally always them. Every time. Ah... What do you mean I'm reasonable? That's news to me. I will hold on to my right to be unreasonable. At least they have an Atlas suit. My boyfriend is always amazed by your crocheting. I mean, I'm amazed by crocheting, because I don't understand how any of those things work. I did learn to knit once when I was a kid, but I never really had the patience for it, to be honest. I like them already. Sure, blame the dupes. I mean, it's definitely the dupes' faults. At least, indeed, yes, they have Atmos suits, and to be fair, they fell in a place where it was relatively easy to save them. But, still. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's fine that you're doing that. Because we are... What we're going to do, actually, rather than just dig that out, is, I think, what I'd like to do, I wonder if we've got enough materials to do it. It looks like, is we're actually going to build a floor along here. Do you know what? I'm going to make them build... because this is, if we do put reactors in here, or a reactor, this is going to be the bottom. Because if we go any deeper than this, we're going to start hitting the heat from the abyssalite. So that's why we're trying not to do that. I do think I want to dig out the rest of this stuff, though, so I've sort of changed my mind. Sorry, dupes. It's entirely my fault on this occasion, but I've had a change of heart, and I'd like you to dig out all this stuff. Is this turned on? Yeah. It is turned on. That's fine then. So, yeah, I think we'll dig everything out, sweep up all the stuff. Nora? Nora. You can't dig that one out, can you? How did you even get there? Hang on. You can get up there. What are you doing? Oh, you're building something, but just not doing the animation. Oh, I see. Would a plastic temperature shift plate pull heat from the abyssalite? Yes, I think it does. She's using her mind powers. I mean, that happens sometimes, for sure. I think it does, but I think we tried it, and it happens, like, really, really slowly. It would lose heat faster than it would gain it. Yeah, because I think we tried it once when we were trying to melt naphtha. Melt plastic into naphtha. And we had like an oil bio. And it didn't seem to do it effectively, let's say. let's for now put one ladder piece in there. Get you all to dig this bit out. Then we're going to do a great big sweep. Dupes. How is the temperature doing? Like, it's nice and cold down here. And we've got this good wall, so this should protect our bees. And these ones are all the way over here. I mean, they've got an entire saltwater lake on top of them, which they seem to be doing fine with, so... Excellent. Might be a good place to make naphtha, with the cold nearby to cool it afterwards. Hello, Kisukin, welcome in. Must be Darth Vader's great-great-great-nephew. There's a joke there I don't understand. Not that that's unusual. Welcome in, I hope you're having a good day. Things are going well for you. We might have to think of something to do with this, like, various bits of liquid chlorine. At what point does chlorine turn into a solid? It's quite low, isn't it? Freeze point 101, yeah, so it's not going to solidify here. I wonder if there's somewhere we could put it that would be a sensible place to put it. Because, like, while it's a liquid, that seems handy. Oh, whatever. In space. What if we want chlorine? I might want chlorine for something. But, I mean, you're probably right. Space is probably the appropriate place to put it. Oh, we still haven't finished this. So our new dupe still doesn't have a bed, so we best work that out. I mean, of course I know Star Wars, but I didn't understand where the link to the joke was. Though I will say, I think I only saw the first one of the new trilogy. Who is starving? Oh, I know who's starving. Lyra. Lyra, you can't, This is your bed. Like, I've done a whole thing so that this is your bed, Lyra. You can't have a schedule for a second. Am I saying they use their mind powers to build stuff? I see. If someone managed to isolate themselves from Star Wars spoilers at this point, I'd be even more tempted to protect them. No, I obviously saw the original trilogy many times in my youth. I am, exactly the sort of age where Star Wars was a permanent feature of my growing up. We had all the movies videotaped off the television in a direct contravention of, copyright law, but nobody ever cared. Where are you storing all the stuff you dig up? I'm storing everything here. Now that we have these teleporters in the game, I always feel that, like, at the point where they drop out is a good place to store everything. So you can see we've got these auto dispensers. So everything that gets dug up that doesn't have a specialized place, there's a couple of things that have specialized places, just goes here. The liquefiables, though, get thrown down here. So that... Why is there any copper down there? I saw that. How did that get down there? I have questions. The liquefiables go down there, out the way. But yes, that is what I do these days. Whether it's a good plan, I'm still not 100% convinced. But I do like a single spot, or sometimes two spots, infinite storage. One of the things I often do is if these point out, so sometimes I'll do this where this is, let me snapshot it, I can show you nice and quickly. If I'd made this like the other way, so it came out here, you wind up with some space underneath, and I often make the infinite storage sort of underneath, because then the dupes don't really look at it unless they're using it. So that is a thing that I quite often do with infinite storage, but on this occasion I'm just putting it here. Oh, ethanol. I'm certainly not against having some more ethanol. A rancher. I want a rancher who can farm. I mean, how is this so difficult to ask for? Maybe I'll just take a rancher. If we get a good one come up. Yeah, no, I saw all of the sort of the original trilogy. I saw the prequels in the cinema, and was massively disappointed by them. Assumably because I wasn't a child. Given that now, you know, there's such a fondness for them, which seems sort of surprising, but like I expect it's because people grew up with them, which is understandable. What was I saying? Yes, and I saw the first one of the new trilogy in the cinema, and I quite enjoyed it actually. But then I just never got around to seeing the other two. I forget why. Partly that I just wasn't very interested. And so I never got around to seeing them. I also haven't seen Rogue One or Solo or any of the Clone Wars or any of the new stuff, like The Mandalorian and all of that. I mean, mostly because I don't watch any television. We also don't have Disney's Plus. Though looking at the ads for Disney Plus, they are trying really, really hard to put a bunch of stuff that partner likes to watch on Disney Plus. So, and taking it off other streaming services. So I suppose there is a possibility that we will get Disney Plus at some point, but I still won't watch it because it's the television. Oh no, yeah, like I do enjoy them. Not the first ones, not the prequels, just because they were largely bad, frankly. But yeah, I quite enjoyed the new one. I just didn't see them. I sort of stopped going to the cinema very much. They're certainly not partner's cup of tea, so that is a, you know, that's a detriment to going to see stuff, because like I'd have to make a special trip to go on my own. Which is fine. I mean, I used to go to the cinema on my own all the time. Like, I used to have a cinema card and go to the cinema on my own all the time. But, I don't really bother now. So, yeah. I don't know if I saw the, well, I might well have seen the, first, what's it called? The Force Awakens? I think I might well have seen the Force Awakens on my own. If I recall correctly. Oh, Lyra. Right, we built you a bed. I haven't built you a light to go in it yet, though. Sorry. We keep getting distracted from you actually having, you know, nice things. Like somewhere to sleep. Where am I going to run the power wire for that from? Oh, nuts. This? Am I going to run that all the way up there? I mean, this is why we need... I don't have enough metal, do I? And I can't make it. Because as yet, we have not successfully melted naphtha. We're going to get there, but we're not there yet. So one temperature shift plate is like 800 kilos, right? Yes. Do we know the age of everything? Well, we do. Interesting. I've literally never noticed that before. So one temperature shift plate pretty much provides enough naphtha to run a thing. Exactly fills one refinery. Yeah, that's sort of where I was going. Slowly. We got there. So if we do 2, we should be fine. Cool. Right, we do need to get this light in for Lyra. Right, let me look at metals. We should... Well, we can't make any more at the minute. How much do you take? 200. How much is a wire? 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, that's 200 on its own, plus we need a bridge. Oh, that's an annoying thing. No, it's fine. How much is the bridge? Another 25. I don't think we've got enough for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, we haven't got enough. Why naphtha refineries? Matrick, because we don't have any oil. So we don't have any petroleum. The perfect amount for a refinery. Checkmate, atheists. I mean, I would say the only reason that you would deny the concept of intelligent design with ONI is because you were being rude about the developers. Frankly. I'm gonna put a pump in here. Right. How are we doing here? We're doing a good job? Yes, you are doing a good job. Let's go and check in on Amy. Right, I need to solve the problem with the what's it? Have we built this now? We have. Amazing. Come and sever this for me. Cool. So that can all go up here and be used slowly. You need to build these back in. Can you, just before you do that, make sure you sweep these out so they're not here and you don't, humans made the game, so. Indeed. There we go. Now you can build that back in. This will allow us to empty this pipe, which will allow us to put a pump here and pump out the small amount of atmosphere that's in here, which isn't very much, as you can see. Amy is holding her breath. Speaking of which, Amy, I believe it is time. 1, 2, 3. It's going to be moderately upsetting, because you are going to have to go in some water, but the advantage of that is that you will get some oxygen out of it. So, you know, there's some good things there. Yeah, that it's starting to impact the food. How much? People who've made the polluted water off-gassing things. How much polluted water do you actually need to off-gas sufficiently for a person? Or for a duplicate? Does anyone know? Because we could sort of build one somewhere. Like, we could make something here, maybe, where we've got a little off-gassing... What's it? Depends if you make a proper off-gasser. Can you define proper off-gasser? Because we probably are willing to put a little bit of work into it. Can we mop all of this and I'll work out what we're going to do with it later. A bottle dropper build with 1 kilogram of water under the drop point. Alright. So let me see if I understand how this is supposed to work. if I understand correctly, what you do is you have a space that you how do you drop the bottles into it? How do you drop the bottles into it? It's a bit of a hassle, and output isn't that great for oxygen, but it's good for clay. Because my understanding was you have all the bottles there, and then you have, like... Is it an airflow tile, and then water, and then an airflow tile? Is it like this? No, it's not, is it? This one should be mesh, I think. No, it can't be mesh. I don't know how to do it. Oh, thank you. You have a bottle emptier behind a door that closes because of Dupes sensor. You can use automation that restricts them from depositing it in the emptier. Oh, so then they wind up just dropping the bottles in a thing. Mesh directly on top of airflow with a liquid barrier inside the mesh. Alright, so that's what I was getting wrong. So you sort of have a space here where they can drop the bottles. And then you have airflow, mesh, and your deodorizers on top, yeah? Or you can make bigger bottles by deconstructing water reservoirs. Yes, I think that's more the way that I've seen it done, is, but then we'd have to pipe the water into the reservoirs there. So it might be easier. It's interesting. The floor is pneumatic doors, since the bottles will fall through that. Okay. I'm unconvinced. I think what we would like to do is actually make oxygen out of this, maybe. Because I don't have enough spare oxygen. Oh, I see the carbon dioxide is doing its thing, where it solidifies and then liquefies and solidifies again. It's very annoying, carbon dioxide, and I would rather you stopped, frankly. Got any naphtha? It's up to 140. You can set a perpetual pipe empty command to eventually get big bottles as well. Interesting. There's another build, I need to look it up. A key to this is having the 1 kilogram of water on the floor, so the bottle is always in less than 180 kilograms of water. I see. Okay. Yes, I think I understand. I think I'm possibly, like, on the grounds that it seems an awful lot of faff for not much product. But, we'll see. We also have to do something about Amy not being able to breathe. Amy, what are you doing? Who's starving? Oh, Lyra. We don't care about that. Lyra can work that out by herself. Amy, you kind of need to do this digging. I hate to tell you, but it's kind of important. Don't worry about that. Come here. That's it. Come and do this digging. Oh. Well, fine. Right. Power for Lyra's light. The bottle in water track off gases so fast. What am I attempting to think about? Oh, yes, but nobody has been able to answer what is the production of polluted water for me. I mean, we're not turning that one on, so we could do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you keep being 1 short, or like 2 short. Everywhere is just 1 too far away. There is... Right. because it's always under 2 kilograms of pressure, it off gases at max rate, so eventually it's however much you can bottle at a time. Alright. I give in. This is the sensible way to do this. Well, sensible. For sensible, read absolutely ridiculous, but fine. Amy, how are you getting on? Are you still sleeping? No, you're awake. Yes, well, that is a problem, admittedly. I guess the bottle rate neck is the deodorizer rate. I mean, to an extent, I don't really care if it's yucky oxygen. As long as it's oxygen. Like, one of these builds with a single bottle emptier and pitcher pump can outpace 14 deodorizers. We might be able to work that out then. Hello. So it does. One is not quite enough for a dupe because it produces 90 grams a second rather than 100. There's also the problem that if you use the deodorizers, you need filtration medium, and if I remember correctly, there is some sand on this map. Oh no, this map's fine for sand. Must have been a different map I did where we didn't have any sand. So that's possible. Alright then. Alright, there's still a little bit of that to fix. Yes, that's fine. So, I had this bin for abyssalite. It appears to have evened now. But I made this bin to be the only place they could put abyssalite because of when I had to dig out these tiles because they were hot. And I didn't want to scald my bees. Saltwater source is a sand source too, since crushing salt gets sand. Yes. No, I mean, we can provide sand. It was more a thought about it. But actually, it was a different map I was thinking of. There was one we played on quite recently where sand was a definite issue. But this is not it, frankly. I can definitely say this is not that map. Right, okay. Have you got there? Nearly. Nearly. You're nearly there. Look, you're nearly about to make yourself some oxygen. There's also some oxalite down here, which will probably just leave off gas in situ. That's it. Look, algae. Yes! This is going to make your life better. No. You've dropped it now, haven't you? Rather than put it in the thing. Oh, you dropped it over there. I see. There you go. You can have a tiny bit more oxygen. We might have to send Amy back for a bit until we can properly sort that out. Right, we have sorted out a light for Lyra, so let's make sure we put Lyra on an actual schedule. Yeah, you can go with Neo. It's fine. Go here. Also, we'll look at Lyra's skills. Lyra, you are going to be a carrying stuff about dupe. But I think we're going to start by giving you a plumber hat. Because you are going to be our plumber. And in your priorities, you are just like going to do all of these things all the time. Probably not operating. I'm probably down on this, I would say. How do we feel about farming? Do I want you to farm? I probably don't want you to do any of that. I mean, you can't cook, so that doesn't matter. You can't decorate. No, actually, that's fine. You can do those things if they happen to come up. But you're doing those things first. There you go. Look, you can have a schedule and dinner, all sorts of jazz. Oh, wow, you're so slow. Yeah, you can't go outside yet, and I think we're going to have to keep it that way. Fertilization and the farm plot is not operable, but the sleet wheat is cold enough. Oh, dinner. Yes, dinner. The sleet wheat is finally cold enough to grow, so we can turn them on, and then we can fertilize them, and they can grow merrily. I mean, I'd love to know how you're picking that, because it's not making loads of sense to me. I assume the reason it's making no sense is because of the other dupes picking up the errands and coming from God knows where on the map. You do have proximity enabled though, so... Cool. There we go. Sleet wheat. We're gonna have astronaut food. Speaking of astronauts... Right. This is full. That's fine. So what I wanted to know was... So does it just like... Oh no, I know what it is. Hang on. I know what it is. Move you down. View the interior of this. Like, we need to build a gas output, don't we? That's what we need. Is it in rocketry or is it in ventilation? Gas output fitting. Hang on. Let's check what it says. Draws gas from the first rocket module with the requested material. Okay. Cool. What I'm going to do then is that this pipe here can go down. We'll deconstruct this. And we'll put it up here. And we can probably just... Can we run it into there? I don't see any reason why not. Yeah, should be fine. One assumes it would be a green, so... Should be alright. Rocketry. Gas output fitting. And then we should be able to use our little pumping system to do it. But we still have to let the pressure drop low enough in here that we won't be venting any oxygen into space. So, I mean, that is still a thing that we need to wait a little bit for. You need power? God, why? Why would you need power? Frankly... I mean, we appear to be powering a whole bunch of things that don't exist, so that's nice. Why would you need power? Frankly. What am I making this out of? Aluminum. Well, apparently I've got enough. It'll be fine. Alright then. You do that. Then we can send Steve into space for a bit. This one? 147? What do you melt at? 159.9. Well, we're getting there. We're reasonably close now. What's up with you? You've decided that you're immediately too warm again. I mean, why? Who knows? How's this doing? This is at Just under 0? Whatever. Should be alright. Right then. They seem to have fairly successfully swept all this up. I mean, we could just keep all the chlorine down here. Not worry about it. That is a possibility. Wow. There is a lot of salt water here. We're definitely going to have way too much. We might have to put some of it in space. Oh, if you were wondering where I was moving all the poke shell eggs to, all the poke shell live in here, where they are angry about everything. Frankly. I sort of want to go down and get that igneous rock back, but I possibly don't want the dupes to go and take on the army of angry poke shells. That might not work out super well. Have we built this? We have. Alright then. Please sweep out any remaining metal in here. Let's not take it with us on this particular journey. And then we'll put Steve in the rocket. They're already salty. They are. Cue a pickup of the eggs and it will work. I mean, we could do. But I possibly don't care enough. I expect the dupes will wind up going in there anyway of their own accord. Right. We can dig into this from this side though. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can dig in this way to clear some more space. There we go. 1, 2. Dee 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 dee. Lovely. Make a danger room. Cue a sweep of the eggs into a dispenser that drops the eggs back into the room. I mean, we do have a dispenser here that is for exactly that. I mean, is that going to work? Put a granite regular tile between the farm and the insulated tile and pass the cooling loop via the granite tile. That way it cools the farm tile. No, we can't. Well, we sort of could. I could move that. We maybe could. Do I care? I suppose I do. Why are you getting warmer again? What do you reckon it is that's making them warmer again? What is bringing the heat? Is it the dirt? Considering they were cold enough, what do you think is bringing the heat? Is it the fertilization? Is it literally the dirt, maybe? Yeah. What is the temperature of this dirt? It's still quite warm. Presumably if it sits in here for long enough, it'll start to chill. It is on an insulated tile though, so possibly not that much. Oh, I mean, they might also be upset that we don't have enough water. I mean, that was the other thing we were trying to do. Is improve this system so it works a bit quicker. I think we're also... Oh, we don't have any aluminium to run this one again, but I think we would like to try and do that. You still haven't got all the way down here? Ah, I see why you haven't got all the way down there. I understand. Here you go. You can go this way instead. In fact, you don't need to build any of that. Because it won't be important. Frankly. Yeah, it's the dirt. Thinking in an organic critter butchery, drop eggs on a passed off room of poke shells and have a sweeper to move the meat out of the room. I think I have seen that done. I'm not sure they're terribly effective, to be honest. Also, the critters do fight back. You will see the poke shells get damaged if you keep them to fight with other critters. Because I have previously, slightly accidentally, wound up putting poke shells in my drowning pool because I forgot that they didn't drown, and so they did live there for quite a long time. But they do get attacked by the other critters in. Well, nuts. In revenge. What do I want? I want a tile. Hi, poke shell. You mad? I'm mad too. If you drop the critters in a pool of liquid, it will be easy for the poke shells to punch them. There we go. That is true. I mean, the poke shells do tend to win, but the critters will fight back. What do we got? Who's got hypothermia? Amy. Well, that's understandable. I guess we'll have some iron. Cheers. Steve. Right. Let's change the destination of this. I don't think I worked out entirely where I wanted it to go. Because I wanted to be able to see both of these and I couldn't. Oh no, there was this one. No, I still can't see that. But I thought it might be nice to be able to look at this planet and look at those. So I think we're going to go here. Acknowledge warning. Begin launch sequence. Against stone hatches, it could be a problem. Yeah. Excellent. Right, let's look in here because Steve, I would like you to take off your suit. Thank you. There we go. I have to keep a vague eye on it for oxygen pressures. That's the thing. Yes, you're not being irrigated. Well, I mean, this is tricky, frankly. Come on, Amy. You can do it. Yes, look, algae. No, which you've dropped again. It's a sad time. I am not being irrigated, but I am being irritated. I mean, seems harsh. Oh, narcoleptic. I mean, that does mean that Amy isn't, like, super productive over here ever. What with the narcolepsy. I mean, we don't have any of this, so Amy can't build it, but that is the thing. I probably just want to bring it from here. This is probably like a better thing to do, is just to bring it up here. Oh, that's not going to work. We might want you to deconstruct that and put it somewhere, maybe? We could keep it there for emergency oxygen. Last gasp oxygen. Go and dig up this oxalite and move it somewhere. Okay. Now we have to deal with this. I mean, we haven't got anywhere to put all this water anyway. It's the slight issue we've got. And by slight, I mean fairly extensive issue we've got. I mean, maybe I just put it into space? We could probably put it up here. I mean, we couldn't put very much of it up here, but we could probably slowly drip it into here. I mean, we'll keep going until this one over pressurizes, and then we'll look at maybe sending some of it up here. It's going to take a little while, but... So what is the... Oh no, it's hot, isn't it? Yeah, it's hot. We could also desalinate it. I mean, it's not that hot. We could desalinate it and feed it to the plants. See you never Trek. Have a good day. Thank you for hanging out. In the tank it came from. I mean, we could make this into a tank, I guess. But the idea was to put a nuclear reactor in here. Which, you know, kind of gets in the way. I mean, we're not going to be able to put a nuclear reactor in there for a little while. I'd really like to make another rocket as well, but I just don't have the metals. So that's not going to happen. Where are you at? 153. Alright. Yes. We could desalinate it and feed it to the plants. It's going to be a little bit warm, but I don't think they're going to mind too much. They'll probably rather be irrigated than not. Unfortunately, we've still got some salt water in here, so I can't get rid of this desalinator yet. I mean, if they mop that... just don't mop that. If you mop that, the poke shell is going to attack you, so let's not. What was I thinking? Oh, I was thinking about desalinators. That was what I was thinking about. In that case, we sort of could make this a tank in the short term. If we're going to feed it to the plants. Don't know. How are we getting on here? You are cooling. This is nearly empty. Yes. So we could probably, if we get this bit severed, we can actually repurpose some of it and start to build the things we need, which are a pump, and then we don't need half of this, to be fair. A vent. Obviously we don't really have to worry about the air pressure, because there isn't really any, so that's not a big deal. And then we're going to make this a vacuum. That will start to heat up. I think it gives off heat. Oh, no, it might not. No, it doesn't give off any heat. Oh, there we go. We don't even need to worry about that. Give me 1 second. Better? No, a bit better. Slightly less croaky. Where are you going? Have you not managed to collect all the algae yet? Fair enough. Look at this. Oxygen. It's even relatively breathable here for a minute. Very breathable. Would you believe it? What a brave little dupe. I mean, Amy's been doing pretty well, to be fair. You didn't do the thing first. Oh, well, that's... Yeah, no. You need to... How do I make them prioritize this? I wonder what task this is. Why am I building things at a 9 again? Why does this keep happening? Oh, I know why. In this case, I know why. Can you... Yeah. Thanks for pouring a load of hydrogen into the atmosphere. That's going to help. I would be like, it's over there in the deep water. It's just going to stay there. Hey, fire. I think that at the point where you can't breathe anymore, you might be tempted to go for a dip. Frankly. What are you doing, Amy? Breathing. Why would you go all the way down there to breathe? Oh, it's because you're trying to go to the bathroom, but you're struggling because you can't breathe. Fair enough. Alright. We'll leave you to your sleep, then. That is true, yeah. Amy's not having the easiest day, to be fair. Or existence. You know, considering they spent half of their, well, the vast majority of their existence frozen in a pod. And now they're abandoned on a planet with barely any oxygen. I mean, it's not great. How are you doing, temp shift plate? You are slowly getting there. How is Steve doing? Oh, you are actually doing some work. Excellent. View interior. How is the oxygen pressure going? Fine. Good job, Steve. First 2 ranched Drecos, and I got a regular egg and a glossy one. Are you kidding me? I mean, there's always a chance. In fact, I think... No, the base chance is only 2% for a glossy. I thought it might be higher, but apparently not. Some of the critters have higher base chances for their morphs. That might only be the bugs, though. The bugs have a higher chance. What are you ranching them for, says? Are you ranching them for the reed fibre or the plastic? Oh. Do you want to stop doing that? How much uranium have you just fired into nowhere? Why aren't you doing... Oh, because you don't have any water. I see. Oh yeah, because this broke. Well, you could use the hot water. I mean, that's not ideal, but you could use the hot water. We could make a little hot water output for you. Okay, come here. Dig up these water weeds. We'll also need to clear this sand. Not sand, salt water somehow. Maybe pitcher pump? Maybe pitcher pump. Oh, there's too many plants everywhere. Oh, it's worth noting that I don't have anywhere to put it. I've recalled the problem. Well, I think I'm just going to spill it on the floor. You want plastic? Oh, I mean, be happy. Sounds good. As ever. The answer to this problem is, well, whatever. Just let it out, it'll be fine. These bees are going to get completely flooded if we ever, open that door again. Which I will want to do at some stage, so I'll have some fun then. Alright, that wasn't very much. Cool. So, let's make a tiny, tiny thing. An event. I think this might not work. Because I think it's gonna... Yes, I think there's a reason that this is 3 wide. And I think we might run into the same thing. Where this becomes non-functional. Because this is in the way. Let's move it. There you go. Put it there instead. There we go. And then they can actually do the science. I too have dinner now? Amazing. I mean, you're talking to me, Says. Do you see how I accidentally dropped this into the bottom of the map? Even though I was trying quite hard not to do that. Right. How are you getting on, Amy? You need to run on the power wheel. Power wheel? You're coming to run on the power wheel? I think you are, aren't you? Excellent running on the power wheel work. I mean, there's not loads of gas in here, so it won't take too long for this to empty. Currently it's just full of micrograms of hydrogen. We've run out of power again, haven't we? Where did you go, Amy? Sleeping. Oh well, slowly but surely. Wait, that wasn't supposed to go there. No, that wasn't entirely the idea. He did not, in fact, wish to drop it. But never mind, these things happen. How is that bit turned into regular water? Yeah, there's nothing hot down here that would have made it boil, so I don't know how that bit turned into regular water. Dupes, you're not running on the wheels enough. You can have a ladder there, by the way. Harbour acorns. Oh, we need to go and look at the pips. See how they're doing. We don't want any of these, so we'll definitely take the arbor acorn. Presumably someone will bring it over here to the pips shortly. There you go, pips. Would you like another place frozen and melted again? Ah, that is more likely, Ohms, yes. That is probably the answer. Alright, what were we doing research in? Nobody remembers. Certainly I don't remember. Let's do this. Alright, so you're just being bloody minded. It's not that you can't plant here, you just don't want to. I see. It's like that, is it, Pips? Ah, here we go. Excellent. Now 2 of them are trying to plant a seed there at once. That isn't going to function. Nice try, but no. Yes, we'd like those to be harvested. I wish I had some sort of room to actually put some ethanol distilleries and stuff in. I have no idea where I could put them. What is this? Why are you overflowing? Doesn't make any sense. I wonder if that's going to happen all the time, because that's going to be annoying. We'll build another thing so that it doesn't happen all the time. Excellent. You go, Pips. Doing a good job there. This hasn't quite overpressurized yet, though it will do in due course. Yes, let us mop. Alright. It'll happen all the time, indeed. That was my conclusion. I considered whether it would happen all the time, and then I was like, yes, it's so gonna happen all the time, isn't it? Dupes. I would like you to build that's what I'm looking for. An additional plastic temperature shift plate in there. Excellent. We should do something. Where could I build ethanol distilleries? Maybe like here? Oh no, I think I need pretty much all this space for a nuclear reactor. I guess I could... I can't really not build a nuclear reactor. It's the bees. I'm on the bee planet. Also, I've never built a nuclear reactor, so it might be nice to try. Oh no, I don't want to sweep that. Cancel. Cancel. I haven't got a industrial sauna brick says, like, this is our industrial area. Like, this literally here is our industrial area. As you can see, it's very extensive. I mean, we could potentially put some underneath. Didn't necessarily want this to be filled with carbon dioxide, though. Also, I wanted it to be accessible on the sides. So, I would not be thrilled with that solution. Just leave it alone, Dupes. Leave the acorn alone for a minute. Oh, the pips have... Oh, excellent. Yes, we can't actually plant anything in here. Because there are too many... it's too short. We'd have to move it down one. Oh well, we might do that at some point. Who is idle? Steve. Steve, why are you idle here? Are you running out of oxygen? No. No, you're not. Ah, these aren't planets. We found some gilded asteroids. We could get fullerene. I mean, I don't think we can do anything with it yet, but we could get it. What have we got here? Metal ore. And molten iron. I mean, I don't know how I feel about molten iron, to be fair. I don't feel very happy about molten iron. This one has refined gold in it, which it's not nothing. It's certainly better than this one, which was pointless. Yeah, there's not really anywhere that you could more helpfully go as empty space here. You could go to that one. But you're not going to get any additional tiles from there. So, I think we can just go and we'll have a look at Frizzito from orbit. That's what I wanted. Let's also check in on this. You've done it? Well done. Very well done, Amy. Oh, the anti-entropy thermonullifier is too cold. Interesting. Oh, is this going to break all my pipes? The answer to that might well be yes, mightn't it? Go on, Amy, you can do it. Have you... You haven't breathed out in there, have you? No. Very well done. Ah. No, seems alright. Excellent. So we can pressurize this with hydrogen so that this will work better. And then we're actually just gonna... I'm just gonna brick it in. We might want to do that relatively quickly, actually. On the grounds that... No, this is already full of hydrogen, so it's not going to make a lot of odds. Oh, now we've got a bunch of stuff we can't reach. No. We'll live. We'll live. There we go. Actually, build that one first. We can do this from inside. Excellent. Alright then. So that's half of that problem. Not really sorted, but at least improved. This problem is now done, so we can turn this off. Thank you. We can... Let's pitcher pump some of this. I'm going to pitcher pump it into here. We'll need... unfortunately, we'll need the bottle emptier to stand in it, which... I don't know if bottle emptiers overheat. Do they? No, they'll be fine. There we go. I mean, this doesn't really address the fact that we don't have any metal ore. But, you know, one problem at a time. At least being able to use it. Naphtha. That's what I want. I wish that naphtha actually was the exciting purple colour that it is on the list. I suppose it's that colour on the list because it is related to viscogel, or at least it sort of was. It's less so now that you have to get viscogel from resin and all of that. Is that still true? Do you have to get viscogel from resin, or is it only insulation you need to make from resin? I do not know. Steve. Are you there? No. When are you getting there? Literally now. Good. Bing. Hello. Let's have a quick look at this planet. What do we know about it? It's got a bunch of uranium on top of it. This'll be the temporal tear opener. Lovely. This is really tiny. Super tiny planet. Right. You do your... What's the ting? What's this word? Yes. Telescoping. I don't think that's the word, really. But you do that and then you can come home. Right then. Oh, hang on. I know what we need to do. Let's just enable the auto bottle, or nobody's gonna take the naphtha down here. There you go. Lyra is sleeping happily under her light. Move that stuff. How hot is this naphtha? No, look, it's gonna be fine. We can build the pump out of gold amalgam. It'll be absolutely fine. Oh. We just need to get it all in there first. What do you form a tile at? Is there any way to know what, is there anywhere that the game tells you at what a mass, liquids or gases, I suppose, form a tile? Is that something that, that you can actually find out in game? Or is that one of those things that you can only find out via experimentation? Alright. Not that you know of, so probably only experimentation. I do find it moderately frustrating that that is a thing that is true about stuff. It just feels like it sort of shouldn't be true about stuff, but I guess I, to an extent, understand why it is, but... Okay, so this apparently is now going to be more effective. What's going on there, water? Nothing. Why'd you keep stopping? Now you're not? Suspicious behaviour. Why didn't I insulate the bottom? Well, I couldn't really be bothered, is the answer. Couldn't really be bothered. I mean, to be fair, I'm less bothered about the installation in general. I just wanted to brick it in so that we could fill it with hydrogen without filling the entire world with hydrogen. It was a slightly other thing. How are you doing? You've run out of oxygen again here. So this is becoming an increasingly important thing to fix. The other problem is that we can't necessarily pipe you in oxygen, I realise, now I think about it, on the grounds that we are in fact piping in hydrogen. That is an interesting problem. What is the temperature of the liquids under it? About 18. I mean, it's... it's still chilling. Slowly. There's like a million waters there. What's the big deal to use that? There's no renewable water. There's only temp water. There is temp water, but there is only temp water. So that is my concern. Oh, are you still here? You finished? You have. Change destination, come home. There we go. Printables. No, I definitely don't want you. There we go. We'll have some gold amalgam. Alright. This is sorted. Excellent. Let's reinstate that. Deconstruct this little thing, because we don't need it. Cool. And let's deconstruct this. What's this naphtha at? Just over 100. That's fine. Cycle 446. I'm pretty new to ONI, so I'm only at like 60 or 70. Eternal Grudge, welcome in. I hope that you are having a good day, and that you're enjoying ONI. This way? Yes, that way. There's a bridge. Do I want to... Right. No, we don't want to do that, because we want... Oh, you know what we've done? I've made a tactical error. Yes, I did melt plastic. The plumbing overlay is so satisfying. I agree, Eternal Grudge. I really enjoyed the noise. But I've made a tactical error. Which is, I have... I've put it all... I've put all of the naphtha, so the naphtha from 2 temperature ship plates, into this pool. Which means that when I fill this machine, it's going to take slightly more than 800. And that is going to leave us short on the other one. And now I've deconstructed that as well, so I'm going to have to reconstruct it. So all of that is moderately aggravating. I think I've started over like 15 to 20 times. Day 67 right now. Drop the liquid in a liquid reservoir then. Why? Oh, hello, GC. Welcome in. I hope it is going well for you too. I feel overwhelmed, and then my duplicants start puking everywhere. I mean, to be fair, Internal Grudge, they are telling you that they also feel overwhelmed. I didn't realise I had all pukers. I mean, some of them might be crying. Oi! What are you doing? Don't do that. Stop that immediately. It does sound like a great time. It sounds like traditional starting ONI fare. Oh no, I think we might have got it to work. Amazing. Right, deconstruct this bridge, please. How much naphtha have I got in here? Oh no, we haven't got it to work, have we? Look at this. This is not 800 kilos of naphtha. Yes, you see, because there's some there. I could Oh, I don't have a plumber. I was thinking I could empty that pipe, but I do not in fact have a plumber. We are training a plumber. Ah, Rimworld. Oh, I'm building everything on a 9 still. I'm sort of glad that I made that error now. Because now I know I'm building everything on a 9, which wasn't strictly what I wanted to do. Deconstruct a mop? Yes, that might work. Well, I mean, it will work. But that might be a solution, is probably more what I mean. Let's get this out of here first, and then we can worry about that. Kind of satisfying to start over, but I want a long-term colony, so I'm trying to stick it out. Last base I learned about Atmos suits. I did not, however, learn about keeping the base a safe temperature. Alizara. Yes, I mean, I think I've said before, thank you for the stretch, Afra. I think I've said before that I think once people get the handle of oxygen production and food production, the next thing that always tends to kill them is temperature. It's definitely the next thing on the list, I would say. You're short 120 kilos. How are you short 120 kilos? Because there's only 10 kilos in there. Alright, we need to melt more naphtha. Dupe safe temp or plant safe temp? Well, I mean, both are sort of important. And, like, learning how fragile your plants are, I would say, is also sort of one of the early lessons. There's another 10 in the metal refinery input port. That's still not enough, though, as it says. Though you are correct. I should not be surprised. Like 4 or 5 of my earlier base got killed by plant unsafe temps. Yeah. Definitely a part of the learning. What's the temperature like in here? We should be able to melt this naphtha pretty quickly then. But only if I can ever remember where they keep temperature shift plates. And the answer is usually no. I like the fact that this pipe is apparently 144 degrees. That is cooling though, so... Yes, it is in utilities. I have some sort of incredible blank with ever remembering that. I did melt 2 plates. But we seem to have lost some naphtha along the way. Not hugely surprisingly. Let's deconstruct that for a minute. Because I'm going to need to get the bottle emptier back in there. Neo's pretty quick at building. Like, that isn't too long for a temperature shift plate, one would have to say. You can also... slight save issue. You can get there. Currently piping 95C saltwater geyser water into my base to feed like 200 bristle blossoms. At any given time, 10 to 30% of them are not growing. I mean, I can sort of understand that. What are you using for cooling, Ohms? I assume you're just cooling the base. Do you have a cooling loop for the base? How are we doing here? I mean, we're growing... Some of you are too hot. Some of you don't have any water. Usual problems. Excuse me, temperature shift plate. Have you really... No, you haven't really stabilized at 158. Do I need to turn this back on? I mean, I might do. I might need to turn it back on. Let's turn it back on for a minute. Seeing your base is giving me ideas. I'm glad, Eternal Crouch. I need to stop lining every single thing up. I mean, that is definitely a problem that I have also. So, I mean, I definitely have sympathy with that. Come on, temperature shift plate. You can do it. It's not that difficult. Just melt already. Bottle emptier. I don't have a cooling solution. I just pray. I mean, I don't think that is going to be successful for you, I'm afraid. Cooling solutions are kind of required. In ONI. So... you've probably all seen it, but I'll show you anyway. So my cooling solution is my oxygen. This is my base cooling solution. So as you can see, the oxygen here is already coming out at quite a chill temperature, and that's keeping the base relatively chill. The temperature's gone up a bit, especially over here where I'm running a thermoregulator, but it's quite chill. So that's how we're cooling the base. And then we've got actual aquatuner loops for the farming, which you can see in action here. And you can see the temperatures. Yes, so the main problem I'm having with the farming is actually just that we don't have enough water. Well, we do have enough water, but it's a bit too hot. Excuse you, temperature shift plate, what are you doing? Just being really, really slow. You also have all these neat water pools. I need to work on that. I mean... yeah, I took a long time to make the neat water pools, to be fair. Cooling is for suckers. We die like real men in hot bases. Don't have anything that's cool in the base, that's the difficulty. or I could pump that around. An aquatuna for the water, which also does a cool steam geyser. Hopelessly overwhelmed. 60 C over target temperature. Then another one for the base. Also completely overwhelmed. 50 C target temperature. Plus I overwhelmed my fridge aquatuna to cool the same loop when it passed the kitchen. Also overwhelmed. Oh dear. What am I trying to do here? Below. There we go. Turn that off. That's what I'm trying to do. Then we will move this naphtha back into here and finish filling this. Amy. Amy, I've got jobs for you. You need to start sending some more copper so that at least we can build something over there. How much copper have we got on this side? 45.7 tons. That's fine. You can get on that for a bit. Are you playing the original? Are you playing Vanilla Eternal, or are you playing the DLC? Is it a viable solution to just pump oxygen from the biome? Short term to medium term, yes. It is. Depends how big your biome is. But, yes, in the short term it certainly is. It's a classic way for early oxygen cooling. Is just to run it around a cold biome. I bought everything bundled, so I think I'm playing the DLC. I'm not sure. Do you have other worlds? That would be the question. Can you go to other worlds? If you can, you're playing the DLC. If there aren't any other worlds, you're playing vanilla. But probably if it was a bundle, then you got the DLC there. There are other asteroids, but I'm stuck on just one. Yeah. No, you start on just one, so you'll probably get there in due course. I can't figure out how to get there. So the first one, you're gonna have one of these buildings somewhere. This is the teleporter that leads to one of your worlds. So you can see these two bits of structure will always exist. You'll always have one of these and one of those on the world it leads to. So you can send dupes through the teleporter. Everyone will puke and die long before I get there. I mean, that may be a problem. And then you have to do space, but with absolute respect, I would say that it sounds like you're a little bit from worrying about space. So my advice would be don't worry about it at all. You can go to the second asteroid if you want to, but yeah, definitely don't worry about space yet. Space in DLC is a lot easier than vanilla. I only half agree, says. I only half agree. It's quicker. And you can do it with less tech. But it has considerably more variables, I would say, than in vanilla. I guess what I would say is that this, if you mean space as in this is definitely easier in the DLC. If you mean rocketry, I would say it's not necessarily easier. Just focus on your starting asteroid. I think that is reasonable. How fast can I get a rocket in vanilla? I don't know. I think we did it once. I think I got a rocket in like 100 cycles or something. I think you can do it a little bit quicker. Eternal Grudge, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But, I mean, I wouldn't swear to this. Who should we take? We will take this, because you're not good enough. You've never fired a rocket. I mean, as I say, Says, I really enjoyed space and the rocketry in vanilla. Now, I am completely aware that I was not necessarily in the majority for really liking it, but I did. So, yeah, make of that what you will, I guess. I just enjoyed it. One of my regrets is that I never made a massive rocket chimney. Maybe one day we'll do a classic map with the goal of making a rocket chimney. That might be fun. I mean, I don't think that's a problem, Says. That, you know, you've never done it. It's definitely about what you like to do. Alright then, now I've got some random naphtha that I don't need. What am I going to do with this? Mop it. That's what I'm going to do with it. We're going to mop it and, I don't know, worry about it later. I would say wanting to start over is not OCD at all. It's just like enjoying order, and that is fine. I also enjoy order. I think I've talked about before how I find it quite difficult to not restart on my like personal saves, but and that streaming actually is an excellent way for me to like have to cope with things. Like I would have given this save up. I would definitely have given this save up as being too aggravatingly struggly. It just drives me nuts. Because it certainly is aggravating not having, you know, really access to anywhere near enough resources to do anything. But streaming sort of gives you a reason to keep going with it. Because actually, we get, like Eternal Grudge, we get quite a lot of newer players stopping in and things like that. And I think seeing that, you know, it doesn't really matter how long you've played it for. There are still things in ONI or situations that you can find which are, like, difficult to deal with, is quite a good thing to see. One thing goes wrong and you start over. I think a trick, I would say, is that you need to be able to judge what is a critical failure and what isn't. Because there's definitely things that can go wrong that you can come back from. And there are a bunch of things that will go wrong that, yeah, you're right. It's sort of time to start over at that point. Unless you happen to know that you're really close to a solution. And that can be true, potentially. Is Amy sending us any copper? Let's have a look. Amy is sending us some copper. Amy's doing a spectacular job over there. Let's make some copper. In DST worlds, I can go for 7,000 to 8,000 days and overcome anything. One duplicant starts freaking out and I'm starting over. Oh wow, that's really good. I think the furthest I've got in Don't Starve Together is we got into like year 3 or something, and we're exploring like in the caves and everything. But that was sort of as far as I bothered to go with it. Where are you taking that seed? Oh, I see where you're taking that seed. You probably shouldn't be. Maybe we'll stop putting them in there. Yeah, and I died in the underground caverns in the end, which was slightly disappointing. But you sound like you're considerably more experienced at DST than I am. Focusing on getting that power achievement. You're gonna get there. You are gonna get there. It'll be fine. Alright then. Who's idle? Steve. How's the rocket doing? Oh, hang on. He'll be back in a bit. Let's have a look at Steve and check whether they can still breathe. Ah, no, they are starting to struggle with the breathing. Why is this overpressurized? Let's have a look at the gas overlay in here. Yeah, it's definitely time to hook this up. Let us hook this up. Does it have power? It does have power. Excellent. Hopefully it'll work. Well, we can watch and find out. Yeah, we're losing a little bit of oxygen. Because of the various pressures. But if we clear a bunch of carbon dioxide from out the bottom, then that should help the pressures. This one seems to be taking priority. Steve, can you sever that for a minute? That's it. Let's have a look here. Okay. Now I reckon we can have this back again. Oh, I see. I mean, I don't think that should work that way, but apparently it does. Fair enough, none of that. Stop doing that. Look, we're losing loads of oxygen into space. Steve, get on it. Thanks, Steve. Cool. Okay. It'll definitely be enough to get Steve home. We'll worry about it then. Essentially, I think we just need to have a secondary vent. But I don't think I gave Steve any metal to build a secondary vent, so never mind. I think if the survivors in the constant had stress reactions, it would freak me out more. I mean, they do go insane, Eternal Grudge. Got a Hydra for power and finally got Dupes off the wheel. A rhyme, Steve the Breathe. Thanks, Steve. Helps a lot. Indeed, what a fluke. Alright then. So now we're actually getting to make a little bit of metal. Which should also put some heat into this, which potentially might set these off, which, you know, all of that is good reactions. Amy, how are you doing, lovely? You're having a narcoleptic nap. I mean, that's not ideal, but you do you. I would like you. Oh yeah, you can't dig through that. That's why we haven't dug through that. Because Amy doesn't know how. Which does mean we'll have to go, like, to there. Yes? Can you reach all of that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you should be able to reach all of that. Then we're going to build this. We're going to send the water up here. And what we'll do is this copper that Amy is sending to the homeworld. Hi, Steve. Oh, someone's picked up your suit already. Excellent. Let's put a deliver suit in, because there should be one. Yes, you see, there's one hanging around that was Steve's previous suit. Steve, don't stand in the thing. It's very annoying. Thank you for the follow, D4UV. Oh. I'm good, thank you very much. There's probably a better way of saying that. Dalv? Dalv, maybe? Yeah, very good, thank you. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so what am I thinking about here? I'm thinking about how we produce more water to feed the plants. Oh, this is full. Well, at least it's overpressurized, so that should be fine. This is oxygen not included. It is a base builder cum colony simulator, where you start on an asteroid with 3 of these little guys, and have to build up from there. They're clones. Not that that's super important, but there you go. Farming. Definitely the farming is the thing I'd like to get sorted. Have we made much more berry sludge yet? I bet we haven't. No. We do have some, oh, it's probably because we're making gristleberry. How much food have we got? We've got loads of food. Do you want to just not make gristleberry for a bit? Cheers. Because I think you're using up all my bristleberry that I need to go in the microbe musher to make better food. Which, if we can build up a store of it, I will allow the duplicants to eat. I mean, that's going to be a little bit difficult because we can't grow enough stuff because of the water problems. And the water problems, I think, are fixed by metal. And metal is fixed by replacing aluminium stuff with copper stuff. There we go. There's some that needs replacing. Can I replace any of this? No, that's apparently already copper. Alright, I need the metal overlay so that I can look at the colours of stuff. Because at least aluminium's relatively easy to spot. Look, we can replace a bunch of stuff in here with copper. We could replace some of this. We obviously can't replace all of it. We can replace some of it with copper. There's some there that we can replace. Right, alright. Let's get working on that. Can I work in that overlay? I sort of can. I sort of can work in that overlay. Because if we replace this stuff with copper, then we can send the aluminium to Amy on the other planet. Amy can create the pipes to make the second anti-entropy thermonullifier work. And if we make the second anti-entropy thermonullifier work, we should get more water, which will result in more food. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're not going to be able to reach that. I could put a thing in to have you reach it, I guess. Let's put in a little ladder piece so that you can reach that. Have I played Overwatch 2? No, I haven't played Overwatch 2. I am not a big shooter sort of person. I don't really have the reflexes for it. It's not that I'm against it, it's just that I'm not really very good at them. So I haven't really played any for a long time. And I don't do a lot of multiplayer stuff. It's slightly too hectic for me to do multiplayer stuff, so... What do you mean I don't have enough materials? Fine, we'll make more. We can make more. That's alright. Make more copper. You should try Roller Coaster Tycoon. Do you know, I had Roller Coaster Tycoon on my wish list for years and years and years, Dav, and I never got round to buying it. But yes, I should try Roller Coaster Tycoon. It does seem a game that would be right up my street, to be fair. That is a game that I would like to play, but I've never really got round to. There are a few of those, but certainly Roller Coaster Tycoon is on the list. Right, how much aluminium have we made? That's not enough. Let's deconstruct this and rebuild it out of copper. But as I say, there's way too many games on the list and way too little, both time and money, to play them all, unfortunately. Oh. Terraria is pretty fun. That one is definitely on my wish list right now. I play a bit of Don't Starve on the channel as well, and but certainly when I played a lot of Don't Starve, there was some talk of Terraria. We might well get round to it at some point. Also because that one's not very expensive usually. So and it's often on a deal, so we might try it at some point. That one's more likely. Still got the DVD version of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't know why I never played it back in the day, to be honest. Is it normal in the DLC that the solar panels won't build the full power and most times only round about 180 watts? Yes, as Cyber Michael. So, a change in the DLC from the base game is that they changed the brightness of the light, essentially. So it varies by planet as well. So you can see the brightness here. I think our max brightness, I think actually it shows on the star map. It does. So our peak light is like 3000 lux. Have I got one that's different? Yes. Right, this one only has 1000 lux. So yes, that's one of the changes for the DLC. So it is normal. Moderately annoying, but normal. Welcome in, Cyber Michael. Roller Coaster Tycoon 101 is usually on GOG for pretty cheap, like $5, and there's an active community that's made a companion overhaul program called Open Roller Coaster Tycoon, which adds a bunch of usability features. There's a streamer I watch sometimes. If I happen to be awake in the morning, which is, as we know, moderately rare. But when I do happen to be awake in the morning, there is a streamer I watch who plays quite a bit of Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't know if I could entirely deal with the retro graphics these days, but I think I probably could. I mean, I do remember when all graphics were like that. You didn't understand what the problem is. Yeah, the problem is that the developers nerfed sunlight. It was very disappointing. Moderately rare. I mean, I'm just not really a morning person. Unless you mean like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm often up then. Yeah, no, devs nerf sunlight. I think once they, when this was in development, before they nerfed sunlight, the solar panels were just way too powerful, because you don't have, like, rocks falling from the sky. You don't have any meteors in the DLC, so solar just became incredibly powerful. And because you could also access it very early, it just became the default solution to all your power problems. So, yeah, it got nerfed in a couple of ways. So it got nerfed by the sunlight getting nerfed. And then they also hid solar panels behind nuclear research. Well, like materials research. So that was also changed. You used to be able to access it earlier. I do, in general, like, I've occasionally been grumpy about the research tree as it exists now, but I think in general, actually, I sort of like it. I certainly like how they settled on the tiers for everything, so that everything sort of makes sense. I certainly like how they did that. There's a couple of things that perhaps are not where I would put them. But some of that is just about preferences, to be honest. Right then. I think that's about the aluminium we need. So let's get it sent over to Amy. Refined metal. Aluminium. Let's send this to Amy. Should have made them give off heat. I mean, that would have been a fairly dramatic nerf. But yes, it probably would have also worked. It probably would have been a good way to put it back to the place in the game, sort of progression-wise, that it always used to be. Because you sort of needed to be able to do space cooling to have them in the base game. Because of dealing with the meteors and there being things that you sort of needed to be able to cool there. I need to get the DLC tonight. Oh, that would be exciting, Punked. I hope you enjoy it. OpenRTC sounds like a distributed clock library. It does a little bit, doesn't it? Alright, so you've built that. Very well done. We're sending you some metal. So you should be able to build this when you get to it. Yes, there you go, look. Sending you some metal over. I sort of miss meteors, but they'd be a huge headache on these smaller planets. I mean, I agree. You can't really have them when you don't have access to all of the resources on your starting planet. Like, if you had them somewhere where, you know, accessing plastic and oil was hard, you'd be sort of screwed. Because, like, if we had meteors falling, how would we have built a rocket to go and get the Drecos, to get plastic? And then we wouldn't have been able to make naphtha either for cooling. So, like, we wouldn't have had anything that we could use for cooling in high temperature environments, which all in all would have been a bit of a problem, I reckon. Right, now we also discovered a thing with this, which is we could do with that one being what's-ited as well. Alright, we need to build a loop. That's what we need to do. I remember we need a loop. Oh, why am I still building things? Oh, I'm not building things on a 9. This is from before when I was building everything on a 9. It's a slightly different problem. Yes, I think we'll have it go that way. And then this one can be the loop. And we will do that. And, like, sever this. This becomes a loop. You're doing very well. I'm proud of you, Amy. I know it's a bit cold up here, but, I mean, that's not the end of the world. You're not going to die of being cold. The fact that you can't breathe is a much bigger issue for you, so, you know, I guess relax about it. Harsh, but what are you going to do? Right, you insulated liquid pipe get deconstructed. It would have made space and the surface untouchable until you had sufficient steel to build a canopy. Absolutely, and, like, as you've seen, there are definitely maps where that's not entirely reachable in loads of ways. Amy, you're having a little narcoleptic nap again. Alright, let's do some automation in there. Cool. We can send the rest of the aluminium back then, which will be good. We do have some power coming up here apparently, so we can replace that. Let's deconstruct those. Right, what we would like to do is we would like to make a hydrogen box for this as well. found 2 minor volcanoes relatively close to each other. That is nice. So annoying. Right. So we are gonna box you in here. Like so. We'll have to build a little, what's it? But we can put the pump down here. Yeah, we can just dig this in. Oh no, you can't. You can't dig that stuff. Nuts. Sorry, Amy. You don't know how to dig some of this. 2 natural gas. One of these days I'm going to be a fancy technical builder and make a magma pump for endless igneous rock and geothermal power. And then never actually build it outside debug. I mean, harsh. Harsh ohms. I mean, possibly fair. I don't build anything in debug. Maybe this is why I don't know how to do stuff. Because I just don't build anything in debug. It could be it. Right. I think I'm gonna... no, I know how we can do it. We can just pour something on there to make a rubbishy liquid lock. It'll be fine. That's what we'll do. Don't call me out like that. I think it is a very popular way to go about things. Where's Amy? What are you doing, Amy? You doing some mopping? I mean, alright, but why? I think we might provide Amy with a slightly faster route. If we get her to do that. At least she can get up here a bit easier. Ah, 30 degrees C polluted water. I mean, I do love the cool slush geysers, but I do miss polluted water vents. And, like, how rare they are now. Especially since, you know, if you were making oxygen, you kind of didn't need to care about your dupes getting having food poisoning in the air. Just wasn't really a deal. But yes, I miss it. I'm still fiddling with the ethanol cycle in my sandbox world. I've yet to actually build any of it in survival. Do I have Epic? I do have Epic. I don't really use it, apart from occasionally when they offer free games, but then I've never actually played any of the ones that I got from it, so... Yeah, I haven't done loads of stuff. What I do need to do is be better at checking what the free game of the week is. That's definitely one of my problems. That wasn't what I wanted to do. But we can see Amy doing the stuff. Right, Amy. For God's sake, don't trap yourself down there. I know you want to. Do we need this stuff out? Is there anything in here that I'm going to regret that we've locked in? Doesn't really look like. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything too important in here. Should I get a second digger or 3 Volex? I mean, I, on the whole, don't take the Volex ever. Because, like, you don't really need them. And because you can't feed them and spin them up anymore, I'm much less excited about vols. Though I am glad that they're not as incredibly overpowered as they used to be. Because it was never my favourite thing that they were massively overpowered. But, yeah, certainly I tend to not bother with the hassle now that they're not massively overpowered. Yes, yeah, you can definitely do that. But, you can't really spin up the population sufficiently, I feel. Ark and Dead by Daylight were free there at some point. I've set up straight Afra. I hope that helps. I don't think I got either of those. I probably should have got Ark. That one might have been interesting. I think I did get Surviving Mars and then realised that I also had it free on Steam. I think I got GTA 5 when that was free, but I never played it. Which is sort of weird, because I played so much GTA 3 when that came out. Absolutely loads. But I never really got into the ones after that. I had like, I think I had Vice City and maybe San Andreas for consoles, but I just never really played them. I think some of it is just about timings, whether I had time to play things at the time I bought them. But it's certainly true that I just wound up never playing some stuff. How are we going to build that? How are you going to reach that, Amy? I think we might need you to not build these to begin with, because then you can stand on here and you can build that from there. I think you're going to be able to reach them all. Might be a bit tight. Got the digger. One more farmer and I'm set with 12 dupes. 12 dupes. 12 dupes is not a sufficient number of dupes. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I struggle a little bit with the DLC maps and everything. Like, I just can't have enough dupes. It's very disappointing. For my standards. Right, I think we should refuel this rocket, like, because we've got some very hot steam here that we could handily use to refuel it. So we might as well do that. Alright then, you lot. Yes, we've got a bit of a problem that I can't move this now. I mean, it's not a huge problem. But it's also not ideal. What are we waiting on? We're sort of waiting on getting this sorted, aren't we? But obviously there's only Amy here. I'd send someone else to help Amy. But there's the problem that there's no oxygen here. And I think if we sent someone else, that would be pretty disastrous. Wonder if we have any algae on this planet. We might have a tiny bit. Let's try sending it over. We might have got some, like, through the pods or something. Let's see if we see people going to the pile for stuff. Yeah, look. People are coming to the pile for stuff. We have got some algae. We can send Amy some algae. That should help. How are you doing? Unfortunately, I just need to watch this because I don't have a good way of dealing with... no, not that. That, thank you. The steam, other than just letting it out this thing. This is my only way of really dealing with it, which is not, like, the world's most useful. But there we are. I mean, how would... well, whatever. Do what you like, Steam. Excellent. Right, that's all that out. Ooh, algae. I mean, fair. But, you know, we are trying to convince Amy that breathing is something that she should be able to do. She might have to run on a wheel to make that happen, though. Oh, what? You can't dig these out? What are they? Wolframite? Oh, Amy. Right, we're going to send someone over to help you. We are going to send... I think we'll just send Neo again. Neo's been over there before. Come here, Neo. Oh, look, you were handily stood right next to the teleporter. Oh, I forgot to leave your suit. Actually, I mean, I suppose you might as well keep it on for a minute. There we go. Right, let's change, no, not that. Let's change Amy's priorities back down on this, so that she actually does the other stuff that needs doing. Since we have Neo here to do this now. Eventually Neo will start, like, gasping in their suit, because they'll run out of oxygen in it. And at that point, we can, just take it off them and send it back. What are you doing, Amy? Sleeping? Outrageous. Oh, I know what we should do. This room here. Give me that bed. Thank you. Makes a perfectly good second bedroom for the dupes. Yes, I'd like you to... Oh, hello. That's fine. Come here. You can do it. Alright then. Cool. I sort of need you running on some of these wheels. What's that operating? Priorities... There you go, Amy. You can prioritize operating, which should make you run on some of these wheels. Where are you going? Yes, wheel running. Excellent. Good call. Where's the bit where I can see the amount of oxygen in Neo's suit? Oh, there. 41.3 kilos. Well, it should last for a little bit. Alright, we'll come back and check in on them in a minute. What were we doing here? Does anyone remember? Well, I'm still just trying to sort that out, aren't I? And also trying to clear this. I think I'm now tempted to actually just drop all of this down here and put the pump down here and slowly clear it from there. I think that might be a suitable solution. Well, solution. Thing to do. Alright, that's if we get them to do that, this should drop through there. Then we can move all of that. You can dig this bit out. Try not to get yourself stuck or attacked by poke shell. Now, we might have to start watching out for poke shell eggs over here and move them into our bath of angry poke shells. Are you cramped? No, you're all fine. You all feel perfectly happy down here, being angry poke shells. Oh, fine. You do you, poke shells. I tell you what we will do. Let me... What? Yes, let me deconstruct this bridge. Why can't I deconstruct that bridge? Thank you. And then we'll deconstruct that, because then this should flow back up here. And get out of the way. Oh, look, it's doing the lovely thing. which always looks nice and pretty. It's also making an excellent gas effect there. I'm really enjoying the way that it is dealing with the corners there by just like bringing them all the way down. It's excellent. Liquid elevator. So one of the interesting things about that, for those of you who might not know, is that you can use these as airlocks. It is one of the ways to form airlocks, is to have a constant stream of water in a gap that you wish to make an airlock. The poke shell pit is where the naughty dupes go, indeed. Alright then, you lot. I'd also like you to sweep this stuff up. There we go. We can deconstruct this. Mop. There's a bunch of digging we can do here as well. Get rid of all of this stuff. Excellent. Alright. So that's coming along. Let's check in on these guys. Where are you? Are you holding your breath? I think I see you holding your breath there. Yes, because you unequip your suit then. No more suit for you. This needs to be swept, thank you. This needs to have your suit sent through it. We can probably stop sending the copper for a little bit. We'll look at how much we've got on the other side. Practical airlock? No. Airlock that looks cool? Definitely. Absolutely. Carnath has a design for an electrolyzer that uses waterfalls. And noticeably does say that it's not a practical design. It just looks pretty. Right. We need you to take these things out. These two? Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Neo. Is nobody doing the farming? Are you being kept busy constantly doing both of those things? Is that actually true, Amy? Let's have a look at your priorities here. Alright. I tell you what. You can do that. Should we put you back up on the cooking as well? Yes, there you go. It is an airlock that looks super cool. Alright, this should keep Neo busy for a minute. There you go. Oh, no, not that one. I wanted to look at the gas overlay. I mean, it's possibly time that we did something about gases in our base, because, like, yeah, it's an exciting mess. Huh. I wonder if that's going to prove a problem for this. Probably not. I'll probably just compress it. But we might want to keep an eye on that. Since we do intend for that to actually function. Unlike this one. What? Who's trapped themselves where? Oh, I see. There you go. I can fix that problem for you, Nia. Also, you need to deconstruct that one for a bit. There you go. We'll also want a bottle emptier. And we'll want to make a lock here as well. No fart bubbles. No, we don't have anything that makes natural gas. And not a duplicant or otherwise. Well, no, maybe not. Cancel that. It's probably going to go down there, isn't it? Because we will set up a pump down here. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, this hasn't emptied yet, so we're not in a rush to set up that pump. But that is something that we will be doing. And slowly but surely we'll shift this into our oxygen production system. Lyra, well, yes, it's understandable that Lyra is running out of things to do. I mean, I could make you a tiny gym in here. You'd probably wind up suffocating, which wouldn't be ideal, to be fair. Or getting shot by the rad bolts. Are we awaiting... I think we are. I think we're in need of rad bolt research. There we go. But we could let Lyra in here and build her a tiny gym. I mean, you would have thought there would be enough wheels for her to run on, but maybe not. I think I might set her up a tiny gym. What am I looking for? I am looking for a light. Because she probably won't be the last duplicant that we have who will need a bit of training. Whatever. This one. Choose a blueprint. But unfortunately not any of these. I quite like the alliteration on this one. But I don't think that's a reason to take it. Infectious polluted oxygen. I guess it's good for clay later on when we get more regulus. I mean, I would say infectious polluted oxygen is much better than... What's the other one? Hot polluted oxygen. Because dealing with the slime lung isn't like a huge problem. You just deodorize the oxygen as it comes out and make sure that your oxygen is clean in other places. But the hot one is a bit of a pain because it's too hot. Essentially. I realised that wasn't the most descriptive I could have been. But I think you all understand what I mean. There we go. You can connect to that. 220 kilojoules to go. 220,000 kilojoules to go. Isn't 220,000 kilojoules what you need to produce at the beginning? Too hot, but at the same time not hot enough. I mean, that is kind of true. It's not like you can really use the heat for anything helpful. Unfortunately. Right. You lot. We need to get this working. This... let's put some water in it. We will also allow it to be auto-bottled. This needs to get tidied. Don't want to leave any crap in here if I can possibly help it. 24,000. Oh, I see. Yes, so you will fit in there fine. Let's build. Let's get some of this built. Why not? Yes, obviously there's just no oxygen anyway, so it's fine. Well done, Amy. Doing an excellent job here. Yes. Send a green signal if it's above. I think we've got it set at 15, have we? Is that what that one's set at? It is. Did you change your frame? I'm confused, Jess Jack. Which frame? And then the answer is possibly. Also, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Right, we can build this at the back now. They've moved the stuff out of there. Around the camera, something looks different. I may have shifted it a little bit. I've always had the frame, but because Streamlabs, the frame and the actual camera image are almost impossible to match up properly. So it is possible that it's in a different position that makes it look different. Alright, we haven't got much algae left, but at least we've been able to use it to get this sort of done. Oh, this is turning into ice. Balls. Balls. That is no good. What's the temperature like up here? Yeah, it's pretty cold, to be fair. I don't think I've got any other liquids that I can use to form a lock. Excuse you, why is this here and not in the, Oh, it's a worn Atmo suit, of course. That's why that didn't work. There you go. I'm good. I did a third interview for a job yesterday and they said yes to temp to hire. Starting training Monday for a month or two. Excellent. I'm glad you continue to find work. Actually, let's turn this off until I can work out what we can put in it that won't immediately freeze. Polluted water, maybe? We could put a, let's put a pitcher pump over here and see if we can use polluted water. No, well, that's not going to happen very soon. Good. You're still prioritizing cleaning the toilet over everything else. Where are you going now? Because you didn't finish cleaning the toilet. Do you think that's an intended behavior? That, I've noticed Amy do it a few times. Amy seeks a safe place before having a narcoleptic nap. Which, I mean, I don't know loads about narcolepsy, but I'm fairly certain that that isn't the way that narcolepsy works. And so it is interesting to me that seems to be how it works in ONI. Because I'm pretty sure that isn't quite right. I think it's intended. I mean, it's a bit weird. Makes it hard to stream though. The training time is during my normal stream time, but after training is done, we'll be back to normal. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you'll at least be able to fit in certainly some streaming with your work, because, you know, fitting those two things in can certainly be difficult. I appreciate. Have I got enable auto bottle on? I do. Excellent. Okay, we can also build the gas pump here. Is it gonna be? It is gonna be powered, so let's just deconstruct that for a minute. Actually, cancel that. Cancel that. What we can do is just sever the pipe somewhere, because there's no point it pumping stuff out when we haven't managed to make a seal. Otherwise the dupes would be having death naps in lava and CO2 pipes. Narcolepsy isn't how it works in ONI in that you instantly fall asleep. You tend to feel tired a lot and lack energy. If you aren't engaged, you might fall asleep, like on long, boring drives. It's often caused by medical conditions like sleep apnea. Ah. You are narcoleptic, Just Jack? You're just deprived of good sleep and can have micro-sleeps during the day. For some narcoleptics, these micro-sleeps can cause cataplexy, which can make you fall down. But microsleep is usually only a second or two. Ah, there you go, you see? We learn new things all the time on this channel. Not that any of that information improves the accuracy of Amy's micronaps, I would say. But never mind. I've had micro sleep on stream and even have a clip of it. That sounds like a good clip. Alright, this is actually a seal now, so let's get going. If we could sweep these up, that would be handy before they turn into gas again. The fun part is you dream during the microsleep, so you fall asleep from basically one blink of the eye to the next, but have a dream during that time. That's interesting. I have to say, oh look, we've done a thing. Look at the thing we've done. We've made this liquid lock out of something that off-gasses, with a gas that we don't want to be in our thing. I wonder if I could just pour some water on top of it to make it not do that. If I do this, will they pour water on top of it and make it not that? A full-length dream or a super short dream. A lot of narcoleptics get cataplexy with strong emotions. That one I've definitely heard of, but it's only happened to you once. I think a film will stop the polluted water off-gassing. We're going to give it a go. Maybe one day. Nobody seems particularly interested in doing it, though. What if I put the priority on this up? Will this make one of you do it? What is the errand? It is a store materials errand. It is number 1 on everyone's list. Oh, but now Neo's on break. Right. Right, you lot. Let's see if we can get Amy on it. Oh, well, yes, taking the carbon dioxide out of there is also a bonus, but I see that you had a little cough and left some carbon dioxide behind of your own. It's hard to describe it. Feels full length, but you also know it was very short. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Go on then. Let's see if we can make this work. Hopefully because of the, what's it? No. Nope. Ineffective. I mean, that's... You can stop doing that. Because that clearly isn't functioning. How about salt water? Do we have any salt water? We do not. Well, nuts. Everything I know about narcolepsy is it being misrepresented in movies for comedic gags, and I never thought that that might be dead wrong. Thanks for taking the time to inform us. I wonder if, as a sort of not very satisfying but a solution, we could sort of just put so much hydrogen in here that it forces most of the other gases out anyway. People can comically fall down with narcolepsy, but it's just a weakness of the knees that you can recover from quickly. Strong emotions can really make a narcoleptic lose control of muscles. I would like to connect that to there, I think. We'd also probably like to deconstruct all of that. Not that that's super important. No research? I want to make sure we're doing research so that we're not wasting rad bolts like apparently I've been doing all day. We'll do some transit tubes. Cold damage? Weird. The other one didn't get cold damage. I wonder why. Like, it's not that cold. This is endlessly annoying to me. Because it's just not actually that cold to turn into ice. So it doesn't make loads of sense. See you, Just Jack. Deodorizer on top of mesh tile with a bit of liquid, I guess. And except not polluted water. And an airflow under it. Ah. Right, how are we getting on? Let's look at the gas overlay. Yeah, we need to shift this. Oh, also this seal is broken now anyway. Can we put some more polluted water in? You know it's not perfect, but it would be handy. It might be alright. Let's deconstruct this one. Printables. Rubbish. Come on, I'd like to get this done. How can I make you do this mopping? What is this errand with the mopping? Errands, tidying. Amy, why aren't you tidying? Tidying is a very important errand to you. I know because I made it so. I guess it's the storing that's taking over. Ah, look, it's not circulating. Let me deconstruct this bridge for a minute. I know, Neo, life's hard. Because we had this problem with the other one, and all we did was deconstruct... Oh no, we need a bridge. Oh, I I haven't got room for a bridge. I don't have room for a bridge. Well, that's aggravating. Well, let's deconstruct this bridge anyway. Are we deconstructing this bridge? No. God knows what we are deconstructing then. Neo's life isn't that hard. I haven't streamed in weeks, so he hasn't had any moderating to do. Don't let his complaints fool you. I mean, this is fake Neo. Jack, as you can see, it's Neo. We also have actual Neo back at the base. Where are you, actual Neo? What are you doing? Why aren't you here doing science? There you are. There you go. Here's actual Neo doing some science. I mean, that seems fine. Let's deconstruct that. Let's turn that off. Right, we need to find a way for this to circulate. Or we could just smash all the pipes. That's also a way to do it. Right, pipes are smashing. We need to rebuild. Wow, this is aggravating. Alright, but unfortunately, it's a bit late. And I need to eat and stuff like that. So, I'm gonna call it there for today, I'm afraid. I'll try and get this up and running. Essentially, it's not very exciting. It's just an attempt to generate us a bit more water for our farms so that we can go and raid other planets. I think that's probably the next thing we want to do, is raid some other planets. I think this is on the agenda. So we'll be back with more ONI on Monday at 3 PM GMT. That's UTC. Let's see if anyone is streaming tonight. Let's have a look. Oh, loads of people. Everybody's streaming tonight. Now I have to choose who I want to go and see. Let's go and see Arisia. Friend of the channel, after all. Raid. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you for the conversation today. It's been excellent. I hope that you will have a lovely weekend, and I will see you all again next week. Have a good one, and I'll see you Monday. Bye.